Listen up.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. All right. Bit of a mixed day today planned out. Do about half the stream playing some Final Fantasy XIV. And then probably for the last hour or so, jump in, do some research, looking at updates, all the interviews that have come out about Dragonflight. But first, we hydrate. That door opening in the distance there is kind of creepy. It's kind of weird. I didn't see another player at first. That was weird. That was pretty good. Alright, got some tabs pulled up for the Dragonflight stuff. That's for later, though. Not for right this moment. First up, hop over here. There we go. All right. My hair is uber tall today. Must not be very humid down here in Florida. But what to start off with? I actually did my Blue Mage stuff the other day. But there is Blue Mage quests to be had. There's also, as Scrappy puts it, there is quite a bit more Hildebrand to do. I still haven't even finished the freaking ARR Hildebrand stuff yet. We also have the DPS Role Quest from Endwalker to also do. Plenty of options. I think we'll start with that first. Reaper time. Schwash. We're going to the South Tide Gate in La Noja. All right. We shall indeed. Hello, Gorak. How are you doing, sir? How was your weekend? And how did your UI and rotation build and testing and learning go yesterday as well? I know you were out front of the free company house for hours, it looked like. All right, let's progress this quest a little bit here. I'm not gonna read everything out. Not gonna hardcore skip it all, but just kind of soak it in. Situation is grim. Crushing Tide plundered one of our trading ships and seized a goodly stash of Ogomoro crystals. The angry fish people versus the non-angry fish people. All about returning Leviathan. We cannot ignore the blasphemy or the transformations its presence may bring about. Battle on two fronts. What course of action would I propose? Like a job for the company of heroes? Yes! Oh, that's my answer. Recruit the Yellow Jackets to our cause? That's a pirate group, I think. Oh, we turn to 3 great pirate powers for aid? No, company of heroes. Come on. That's obviously a joke answer. Kind of. The company of heroes? Now, that's a name I've not heard in some time. It's true they answered the call many a time indeed. Other than you and yours, they are arguably none better suited for the task of primal slaying, but they disbanded over 5 years ago, and neither hide nor hair have been seen of their commander since. Oh, there's a fuzzy on my glasses. Great. Aye, absent their leader, I suspect they'll be reluctant to join our cause. And yet, I can think of no better option. I'll contact... Really? You can act... This is the real answer? This is the real answer? No way. Unless you actually get a different choice here. I can't imagine you get a different choice here. Because the other two answers were the other different pirate organizations. This is cool if this is real, though. But you're driving back from work right now, Gar. Oh, apparently one of your peeps got the Rona, and they told everyone to go back and return, quote-unquote, later. Oh. Oh. And my hair looks ridiculously tall in my camera right now. I don't know why. It's so up there. Look at it. Goodness gracious. Did the exact same thing to it like I normally do. But it's just, it's very poofy today. What's up, Mutton? How was your weekend? How's work stuff going for you? It's been a little rough and tumble lately. Oh, gosh. So we're going up this way? Oh, no, it's off the... We can just go... aft castle then. And go this way. Shpoink. It's over there? Nope. Oh, down below. I thought it was underneath on the bottom section, but nope. We're waiting outside the Drowning Wench, which is this meeting area, pub thing. My apologies for the delay. Well, you tend to teleport back as well, Merylwib. I don't know why we were just talking on the coast. Now you're just talking to me here. You are alone. Oh yeah, nothing. No one's with you. So your plea fell on deaf ears. Maybe the company of heroes won't be helping, or they're making a dynamic entrance. All right, gotta clean the glasses real quick. Sit down, prep for stream, clean glasses. 10-15 minutes later, have to clean them again. Don't know why. Feels like that's all I do sitting in front of my PC. I try my best like to not bump into them with, you know, my face, but clearly that was not the case. And by later, it means until further notice. So how long of a later do you think that'll be? Like a few days, couple weeks? And here I swore 5 years ago that I was done playing hero. Aha, dynamic entrance! Kind of, he just walked out. Look at that Chad. Is it really a company of heroes play? That's so weird. Also, I don't know why there's 5 of them. A group is 4 or 8 in this game. Could someone explain what this is all about? Believe it or not, I am a respectable man with respectable obligations these days. Take that polearm out your arse, old friend, and stop pretending you're not still a murderous bastard at heart. Wow, 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 wow. So this, I can't imagine this is just 2 different options. This is crazy. These are old, old adventurers before you were on the scene, basically. That's like a reunion with dear companions over a bottle of the wench's finest vineyard. That is why we're here, right? Yo, it's Brave Flocks all talks. Sparse the pleasantries. Does this Makote, is the text here, it's supposed to make me think this Makote talks like a pirate? Like the atypical kind of stereotyped pirate? I make a simple request. Reform the company of heroes and send Limsa Lomensa your strength. But you're a 5-man. Only 4 of you can fit in a light party. What the heck? Work is work, Mutton. Had an Easter party. Oh, to work on Saturday, and yesterday was extra work. Huh, okay. Well, at least you had something in there. Easter party, you say? Interesting. The Sahagin are transforming into ravenous beasts. The hostile faction calling themselves the Crushing Tide has declared their intention to summon Leviathan anew. Oh no. A right pickle indeed. Yeah, this boy's armor is straight out of the Burning Crusade. Black and orange, and then gold and orange, and then red and silver. What the hell is going on? The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. Hey, that's the same thing I've been picking up on watching. I started watching Jobless Reincarnation, aka is it, yeah, Mukoshu Tensei? Yeah, Mushoku Tensei, something like that. That's why I found like that, yeah. And started watching Spy X Family. Bit of a renewed anime kick. Jobless Reincarnation, at least the first 2 episodes, essentially the pilot episode, was so well animated. My God. It looks like it's going to hold up. But it's a lot more fluid, moving anime than a lot of just standing still and just lip flaps. Even Attack on Titan does that. Where it's like a still image, but the face moves. Very anime style. Oh, Easter party was with work. Escape rooms are definitely a thing that seems to be very team building. I went to, back when I worked at Florida Hospital, we went to an escape room for a team building lunch out-in day. Yeah. Well, but at Easter party, depending on when your schedule is like, this happens, you know, around that holiday. What's up, Astora? How's work? I would not be adverse to serving under such a decorated hero. Do you believe you are capable of leading the company of heroes into battle? Better battle than a banquet, or if you've the stones to follow me. Still nursing that grudge, are we? Mm-hmm. Because we still owe you a dozen favors. If you're willing to lead, we'll follow. That's like a... Is that a ARR throwback? I can't remember when that story beat is with the Company of Heroes when we got duped by them. Not necessarily duped, but kind of led astray. 5 years to the day, truth be told. I was enjoying a more leisurely life, but when duty calls... Before we proceed, I must ask, have we no way of reaching out to the commander? Commander? Rex? Shepard? Forgotten how he took his leave, have we? Up and vanished when we could find our own way, apart from him and the company. I doubt we'll see him again. Much as I wish we could. Mission you'll undertake first? You are to aid us in tracking the blasphemies that roam the sea. Second, you must prevent the crushing tide from summoning Leviathan at all costs. Sounds like a job for our acting commander. Commander. What job is Shamani Lomani? There's no weapons. Like, he's not carrying anything. And we have obviously a Lancer Paladin warrior. Double tank. Strong. They must run a lot of unrestricted party content, considering they are not running one tank, one heal. And to bring down the so-called blasphemy, of course, to do that, we'll need to find the damn thing first. That is what she said. Having a chat with each of us that you might develop a sense of strength and weaknesses, mostly strengths, of course, for the storied veterans under your command. Okay. Where'd everyone go? What the heck? Where'd everyone go? Hello, elves and man. My specialty, you ask. Why, impaling fiends with this lance of mine, of course. The stronger the foe, the better. None are a match for me. Okay. But are they a match for cleaning my glasses? That's the real question. What's up, Mia? Mia, how was your weekend? You like popped in a Discord yesterday and like 5 minutes later you were gone. I mean, so obviously pursuing and slaying the blasphemy. He's like to help them summon Leviathan. I mean, that could have been fun. I wonder if you can actually make this a different experience or if it's curated. As Noon of the Yew, a tribe of peerless hunters, I conduct my affairs with discipline and prudence. So obviously this is like prevent the primal summoning, but what if you say you need a tank? Oh yeah, see, it won't let you. Oh, so you still choose. Yeah, what do you do? I like how the camera goes way down to be on level with the Lalafell. My vision is somewhat lacking these days. I can still defend myself when necessary, but I'd rather it not come to that. My condition also leaves me rather unsuited for scouting and searching. Wasn't always the case, but such is life. On the other hand, I like to think I've gotten quite good at sounding out the intentions of others during negotiations. So you're not like you're not a fighter. Yeah, reconnaissance work. Busy building grills outside and putting up your canopy. Huh. You're celebrating the legalization of recreational marijuana in New Jersey? Okay. Master remaker of Illuminati treasures. Spyglasses see far, ocean deep. Cracks fire go boom and blast beasts into bitty pieces. So he's there, like, he outfits them. It feels like I didn't send anyone to prevent the summoning, by the way. That was kind of the idea. I'm assuming you don't really... Nothing different happens, though. I can't imagine these quests are very Mass Effect-y. Merylweb just called me Commander. Commander. Had to go buy more rubber bands. Uh-huh. Yeah, what the hell? Both of these boys are ready to go. They are glammed up. Glammed up indeed. Schwang, 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 schwang. The Admiral's appraised me of the situation. Very good, very good. Arbitrary handing stuff over in mid-air animation. New Link Pearl. Very good. Wah. Just arguing over the Link Pearl comms. Okay. Link Pearls and them being introduced and created in Final Fantasy is such a easy narrative device. It's just it's the Avengers comms. You know, what are they always wearing an earpiece? Is it some like nanotechnology earpiece so you don't actually see it? Is it in their hands or wrists or like, you know what I mean? It's just Avengers on your left. You know what I mean? Like what is it? It's never been explained. It just is a thing. And same thing in Final Fantasy. Just the ability to communicate across vast distances to certain people that are on the same channel, frequency, link, pearl, etc. Just means that characters can be really far apart and still talk to each other, and there's nearly no narrative consequence to you having to split up. Cannot afford anyone taking reckless action. Anytime I'll reach out to Noel and see what he has gleaned about the crushing tide and their hideout. Okie doke. That boy redded out. You adventure plate? Alright, alright. Adventure plate? Nothing. Not a dang thing. There's 2, maybe 3 quests left. Receive word that Candlekeep Quio is under attack. Candlejack? Don't say his name 3 times. The Admiral asks you to deploy to the company of heroes at once. Awaiting orders. Yep, just hold hand up to temple. All of a sudden, communicate cross vast distances. Candle keep quiet. Or however it's pronounced. Landinal is a hot-headed warrior who lives with the thrill of battle, while Noon is a calm and calculated hunter. Both can serve you well, but better if assigned to a task suited to their skills. I mean, okay, but what if you don't? I feel like, how much does it change? I'm really curious. Because clearly, the Lancer is all about offense. But... the other one is to protect the residents. Understood. I wonder if it still just happens and you just get different dialogue about maybe not being a great commander or something. I have no idea. It would be cool if you actually had different outcomes or options based on if you had if you assigned different NPCs. But who knows? Shwee! Big crab. Big crab. Doink. You kept us waiting long enough? What the heck? I literally got off the link pro with you and apparated across the zone in a blink of an eye. The tide has already ebbed if you follow my meaning. Okay. There's only 2 Sahag in here. Please hear the land led the attack with a characteristic with his characteristic aplomb. Words. Dancing amongst his foes with the speed and ferocity that we were dizzying to watch. He's only a Lancer, though. I don't know if he's a full-fledged Dragoon. Yeah, so you just get different dialogue. Also, you get different dialogue if you choose the wrong NPC. But the same outcome probably still happens. That lunchtime yawn right there. I did have breakfast for lunch. Who else had breakfast for lunch? Or who's having breakfast for dinner? Yo, French toast for dinner? Who's in? What's up, Teddy? Yeah, this is the DPS Role Quest. Yeah, I guess the melee DPS Role Quest. Also, someone sent me a whisper. You shorewalkers are all the same. Savage brutes, the lot of you. So these are the bad ones. Yeah, what the heck? Braveflox's little dagger? Braveflox's shiny treasure will have fishermen trading tongue flaps in no time. Trading tongue flaps. The art of interrogation. I mean, Braveflox, go for it. Braveflox is also apparently a girl goblin. A fisherman will not spit out truthy words. Braveflox's treat will have fishermen spit out something else. Oh gosh. What happened? It's a black screen. So vile, this putrid stench. Ugh, blech. Stinky sweet of aged gobby cheese is strong. Yes, oh boy. Makes many nose tickles and stomach turns. The way they talk. So ridiculous. I will speak dirty shorewalkers. Yeah, just a scene they couldn't really animate, so it cuts to black. Establishing a foothold before assaulting the city. Speaker Dow command power beyond the comprehension of you shorewalkers. I'm gonna go with doubt. He's clearly turned into a blasphemy, probably. The very first being blessed by our Lord. Yeah, so it's a blasphemy then. Yeah, these Redfin Sahagin are worshipping the new blasphemies, which is basically a mutation based on emotional despair. Very anime. Merrill buddy cop movie with B-team heroes. That's kind of what this is. So far, anyway, yeah. That is pretty much what it is. Dude, Landonell is probably jealous of my coif today. Look at this boy. Who's taller? It's like one of those who wore it better, like Oscar back and forth on People magazine. Who's taller? I don't know why it's so damn tall today. Just wanted to piff. I am in due need of a haircut, however. Still don't know why male Makote stand like they have terrible, awful joint pain in their hands. They always stand like really contorted in their thumbs and they're all racked like this. So, We set sail for Caldealos at once. Prepare yourselves to meet at the docks as soon as you're ready. Okie doke. Sure. Whoa, that was weird. Load screen. Schwonk. Brayflocks, keep watches on this place. Oh, there's a raffle giveaway. Is that a Yell channel? The pink text? I think so. 300 million raffle giveaway starting in 15 minutes. There's a Final Fantasy XIV forum thread. You can do raffles like that? What's the point? What's the point of doing a raffle where you just give away a ton of gil? Like what are they drumming up hype for or something? All for one and one for all. What are we, the Three Musketeers? All for one's the villain in My Hero Academia. Sayonara. One for all. So this is a cutscene. I thought it was gonna be like a solo duty or something. He just kind of like walked in. Like how Merrill was just standing in the water, like no problem. So this is the fish man from the first quest or whatever, I think. Is fishman. Big fish head crown thing. Oh, don't drop. Oh no, it's a Final Fantasy monster of some description. I'm trying to finish the DPS quest, Nico. Gotta finish all of them to get the new story. It's fine so far. Just kind of like skim reading it. It's not awful. It is just more world building and whatever. The dread beast I saw beneath the waves. Oh. Oh man, double echo? What the heck? Defend the commander. Rawr. You get to see who this was. I mean, it was a fishman, right? So you were informed, Gorak, that I don't need to work until May 23rd, since your vacation starts May 1st anyway. Holy crap, what the heck? You basically have just shy of a month off? There's like holiday pay and stuff in there too? I still don't really understand what it is you do, to be honest. And you're still stateside right now, yeah? Or are you on the other side of the world? Well, the Scions took care of everything, Teddy, but the company of heroes did also disband, right? Before the Scions really became a thing. I bring grave tidings of my queen. Their queen turned into the blasphemy? Ah. Big queen fish turned into it. Or no, maybe? We must summon him. That his lost might receive of his blessing anew. Oh, look at that. In before Gorak says, hey look, it's Ben. The Indigo Matriarch. Sacred Chamber. It's just part of the cave, fish people. I speak of the Sahagin who seek an accord with the shore walkers. A new age is upon us. We needn't to turn to false gods, nor foment bitterness and bloodshed. What the heck does foment mean? Foment. Instigate or stir up an undesirable or violent sentiment or course of action. Foment. Probably pronounced like foment. Sure. The shorewalkers have changed. They endeavor to understand us, to share these lands with us, that they may have peace. We are spawning grounds. Mia immediately says spy stuff. He works for Wendy's. Ah. Gorak works for Wendy's. Very good. Very good. Making those baked potatoes. The Shadowbringers role quests were all really good. They were also tied to the heroes from that reflection, right? Ardbert and company. Also, decided with the amazing accent and instantly recognizable brisket, it would be tough for Gorek to be a spy, unless that's what he wants us to think, and it's just another cover. Yeah, it's his second and third layer of cover. Gorek has many layers, one of which is covered in brisket. Hard speed reading right now, just kind of picking up what's going on. Not that I don't care, it's just that it's a lot, and the fish people, or this is the, okay, yeah, so, yeah. How can I bring new life into this world? Oh, that was not me. Roar. Kind of looks better after the transformation than before. Nom 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 nom. Yay, she's a cannibal now too. Here, Final Fantasy going and learning a new word. Yeah, I know. Every day, if you play enough of the story quest stuff, you'll have to look up words like, what the hell word is that? Really, Mia? Oh crap, dude. Airlifted to a hospital after a snake bite. Damn. Huh. A rattlesnake? A rattlesnake. Rattlesnake bites no good. That really sucks. Okay, airlifting would make sense. Gotta administer an anti-venom quickly. Depending on which kind of rattlesnake it is, it just turns your blood into thick soup inside your veins. That's not good. Was he out camping or something, or doing yard work where there are rattlesnakes? That sucks. I don't know where he lives or what's up, obviously. I don't think Carrie Ells has done anything in a while. He's done enough acting-wise. Hey, look, it's Ben. Has this model been used anywhere else? I can't say I've seen it before. What the hell? It just tore open a void send portal? Apparently? Or no, it cast a spell. Well, you got electrocuted. You're standing in the water. It's Gojira. It's fish Gojira. Why, mother? Are we not your children too? Nom nom. What the heck? The blasphemy queen fish monster be squishing her own offspring. Wow, wow. That's cool. Curated animation stuff. How'd that bullet dispel that Is it the other commander? Maybe. Today I learned you could shoot metal bullets at immaterial magical spell bubbles and it dispels them. What the hell? Apparently we can't fight this one fish monster. We have to run away. Rawr. It's the captain. Oh, did you see it's the captain? How long am I on for? Till about 6 p.m. Doing about half the stream today playing Final Fantasy and the other half looking over and making a bunch of notes for a World of Warcraft Dragonflight expansion interview roundup. There were many interviews over the past week, and I would like to write down some key notes, potentially, and then record like a short update video about stuff that I think is interesting and, you know, systems and class-oriented stuff. Yeah. Speaking of my Twitter post, I guess there is a press release about Elon Musk actually acquiring Twitter now. Trading in shares of Twitter has been halted for news pending. And then as of, I mean, is this really going to do anything? Does it really matter? I don't think anything's going to change. What's going to change? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Face to face with the damned beast, and I could barely lift my spear. Next time, mark my words, that bastard fish is going to pay. Uh-huh. That was a weird little quest blob there where almost nothing happened. One fish boy got stomped on and a boss stood still and yelled 3 times. I don't know. We barely escaped with our lives. To think the damned beast had the power to stop us in our tracks, literally. The beast literally stopped us in our tracks. Mayhap the echo afforded May some insight. There's also stupid Easter eggs sitting around still. It's the queen. So we can see the despair on our queen mother's heart that she would transform into that monstrosity. Yeah, the whole Dynamis transformation thing is always about despair-oriented emotional weight or something. But irreversible, so... Didn't even see who fired that shot. Were it not for them, we'd all be dead. It's the captain! I know not was formulate a plan and quickly. My scouts tell me that the blasphemy has left the island. It now roams the open sea. Dun dun dun. It's Gojira. What do you reckon was the most valuable knowledge we gleaned from our initial encounter? It's the Sahagin Queen transformed. That's the same thing we just said. I guess, yeah, sure. It absorbs ether, I guess. Slurps it up. Okay. Since scouts can identify any and all large caverns in coastal areas, wouldn't you have all this stuff already mapped out? This is your whole region. Oh, what happened? Leave that for the WoW section. The sheriff finds the maelstrom. Going back to, yep. Swoop. The heck? This is a fat cat right here. Where's the player? Fat cat. Where's the player that it's attached to? This is just a fat cat on the docks. Never saw it before. No idea. Though you see that the blasphemy is capable of ourselves, 'tis more plain to me than ever it must be slain. Reach out to all trade ships entering and departing Limsa. Inform them that any sightings of the blasphemy are to be reported to the Maelstrom Command at once. How do you intend to overcome the beast's abilities? It's just big fish. So everyone's so scared of big fish. It's Godzilla. Rawr. Okay, there's a fat chocobo sitting right there. All right, this is an 89 or a 90. All right, so still 2 more quests. Oh, good grief. Let's break it up with some, I guess I'm tanking something. Says everything is looking for a tank. Big afternoon tank queue. Okay then. Time for some Vampire Dade. Or Vampire Uncle. Either one work, I guess. Oh, PvP set. It's the PvP axe scythe for warriors. Quite good. And 5, 4, 3, 2. To the corner we go, friends. Whenever the boss wants to move. Anytime now. There we go. Or we needed to move a little sooner. Yeah. There's water next. Well, I should still pull him to the middle, even though I'm gonna immune. He's gonna smoosh to the middle here. Tank leave on me. All right, no fire yet. I'm a little off on cooldowns, I guess. Bonk. Poison next. And water. Can't immune this one. Whee. AoE damage. Ah. These are towers. Sword. Going left and right. Cloak. I guess I'm already immune technically because I'm in my DPS buff. I always forget that about a warrior. They're immune to knockbacks during that stuff. And the cape knockback here. Blinking back to the middle. AoE damage. These are the blobs you have to soak, but you soak not your roll. Oh no. The Dragoon named I'm Cocky has died. Clearly. All 4 stages set. Easy enough. Which one first, I wonder? Fire first. And then water. Poison. And lightning. Cloak. Swoosh. Back to the middle. We have a damage LB3 if anyone wants to use it. Ooh, excuse me. Damage LB3, anyone? No? South knockback, huh? Anyone? LB3? Any LB3ers in the chat? Wait, who reminds you of a Pokemon? Nico the fat cat? Or the fat chocobo? I didn't look over at chat when I was talking about them. Or does Hesperos remind you of a Pokemon? This boss? Gorak, yes, LB specialist here. There you go. There you go. The boss reminds you of a Pokemon. Really? I don't need any of this stuff. I'll roll on like some boots and pants maybe. Let me get the rest of the caster glam or something. I don't know. Boots and pants. Gotta pass on the bat. I did not. Oh, okay. Got some gloves. people talking about the whole Twitter thing in Discord now. What did Nath say? Apparently Elon Musk wants to make the platform less moderated, allow more free speech regardless of content. You can post full-on, like, anything pornographic on Twitter with no problem. And clearly, tons of people on either side of any political standing say whatever they want to on Twitter. How would you make it more... I don't know. I guess I'm missing something. I got player commendations. How many am I up to? Let's see. I gotta go check too, because Bob was saying I need like 3,000 player commendations. I've got 1969. Let me go ask the mentor dude over here. I know that I obviously cannot even... I can't... I can't apply to be a mentor because I don't have enough things. Yeah, so it's 15 battle mentor, 1,500, 1,000 dungeons and raids, 1,500 player commendations, complete any level. So I needed tank role quest, a melee or the range DPS role quests. I could become a trade mentor already. Ugh. Ugh. I kind of want to do it because you get another queue to do more dungeons for rewards again. I'm wondering if I mean, you get like any duty. You get another roulette. You get a duty roulette that is for mentors. Even if there is quite the problem potentially with the mentor system on certain realms anyway. I know Zeppelin made a video a while back about the mentor issues. That some servers use it just as a means to get a exclusive chat with other mentors. I don't know, whatever. A mounted cupboard. Put another, what, like almost 700,000 gil in the bank today. In the free company chest, rather. That's the correct word. Still trying to make gil for the free company. What are we up to? Like 16 something million now? Granted, we'll be at less when we get the we put a bid in on the free company house when they fix the system. But that Pokemon, what's that Pokemon's name? And they're running out of ideas. Some of these new Pokemon just look like a smattering of whatever. But you say that. However, the exact same thing, like the first initial generation of Pokemon had a Pokemon that was just a few magnets stuck together. They've always been stupid and weird and fucky. It's not something new to the current state of Pokemon. It's always been that way. You threw a few onions in there into the free company chest, did you? Yeah, we can see if anyone needs an onion first. Oh gosh, who posted that video in Discord? The supercut of that one chef talking about onions, and it was just this 21-second just absolute fever dream the onion. You cut the onion when you do the onion, and then the onion, and then you cut the onion, and then the onion. Just because of the way he says onion, because of his accent in the video, it was just like you're staring at it and your eyes start bleeding and your brain goo starts oozing at your ears. You're just like, what's happening to me? The onion. Do you know the onion? You to treat the onion. So probably Mia. I bet Mia posted that crap. There's no way for me to look. Our memes channel is totally smushed every couple of days. Do a trial roulette real quick here, another boss fight before we get going with more role quest action. The new gen is so stupid. There are some keys, or here are some gears, or here's vanilla ice cream, or a sword. Hey, there's also Pokemon like Gardevoir, and there's another one that's like the weird feminine-ish eyes Pokemon that like eats children's souls or something, because Pokemon is totally a game made for babies. When isn't even the ice cream Pokemon one that like lures children away from their parents or something? It's so freaking weird, man. But see, the younger audience that plays Pokemon will not read all of that and or understand all of it. That's just tidbits for the older crowd, obviously. But yeah, there's a lot of kidnapping and children eating going on in the Pokemon universe, apparently. Because, you know, why not? You need a final food channel or final kitchen? Oh, what, in Discord? Like a channel to post and talk about food? Yeah, I mean, I could see that as a thing. I just added a raid static channel for just the raiders so we can keep all of our raid notes posted. But could make a food channel. I feel like it would only be Gorek posting in there most of the time. Gorek and Mia. They would just be sharing selfies of their food they're having, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but that's all it would devolve into. It would be Mia with like bar food and a drink, and then Gorek with a plate of barbecue with no vegetables even close to being present, potentially. Yeah. Probably not too far off what the channel would eventually be. I think Kitty would probably post food now and then. Maybe baby food. That's what she would post. She just post baby food. I wonder if she's doing like canned store-bought food, or is she one of those moms that makes their own baby food now? That's the new... It's not like a new thing, but it's probably way better for your newborn once they're on to a food-ish stage to make your own. It's basically kind of like making human cat food, though. But, you know, baby's gotta eat. Okay, then. Little emerald weapon for you. Also, big, fat tacos. But also beat the heart of Sabik. But also, who big fat tacos. My face is store-bought? No need for that. I hate clicking through 100 channels. We don't have that many channels in our Discord. We have like not even 10. Now there are some Discords that I'm in that I only have a few channels turned on. There's like no channels in our Discord. The most important channel is the Bay's content channel anyway. Well, the Paladin put up defend their stance, so they're tanking. Big fat tacos. Oh, roar. Laser beams. Many lasers. Ah. My machinist is dead. There's others channeling are in, and they have channels for everything. True. Yeah, some Discords have like too many channels. What are we actually doing tonight? Oh, you're apparently cuddling with Gorek. All right. Combination of stuff to Stora. It's getting. I think it's trying to kill Phoenix with Gret, and then doing phase 1 Hesperos as well. Big fat tara. But yeah, I think it's Phoenix and part 1, because we need to get Gret caught up, right? He needs to get the other bosses down and put some time into it. I would personally like to at least do that for maybe an hour or so. Then maybe do a few extreme trials and that might be it. But if we want to do farm this week, Grat needs to know how to do Phoenix. And if we even want to do any prog this week, he needs to know how to do part 1 Hesperos, so. There's that. Bang, bang, bang. Oh yeah, the weapons refrain whole quest line is it's pretty serious stuff. Only phase 1 as well. Seem to have some DPS that have perished. Ah, balls. Oh. That didn't hit me. I hit someone else next to me, maybe? F. Across the platform we go. Blah! More dead people. The machinist just said I am so smooth brain right now. Blah. That should have scanned in time. Ouch. We're basically going to have to going into reprog only because of all the role swaps. Well, yeah, in some degree. But reprogging the people having different roles that still know the encounter or encounters isn't necessarily the exact same as bringing someone in that hasn't done the fight yet. But, yeah. All right, phase 1. My co-tank's name is just Water Balloon. First name Water, last name Balloon. Initiating organic core override. Yeah, turn that boy into ether soup. Nom 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 nom. Gulp gulp. Gaius Balesar's theme. You can heal, Gorek? Okay. I don't know how you pretend. Do you even have a healer job started? I'm going to surmise you do not. Tank buster on me. I hit the wrong button. Rip. Swoosh. This phase 2 music is so good though. What? Okay, that didn't hit me. It hit someone else. There's like a chiptune layer behind everything too. It's really great. Woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a... Hammer spinning. Guitar solo. Optimized Ultima reprisal. The other tank did. Oh, just me. Okay. Ah! We did it. Aw. Damn. He's going to click to give a commendation out, and they're gone already. Calamitous Rex. I'll take my 14,000 gil for that. Thank you. All right. Let's keep chewing along through this role quest. So Gorik will heal only if Ben gets benched. Yeah, Gorik finished 6.0. Yep. Yeah, Nico, I read his thoughts and then added mine. I recorded it. It's not on YouTube just yet. I'm still trying to get through the 6.1. I'm probably gonna post the video reading. What did I call it? It's like reading wholesome community post. Something like that. Made a pretty good thumbnail for it, I think. Yeah, reading a wholesome community post by a friend who just finished Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Yeah. We did it on stream on Friday. We read that bit on stream. I feel like it'd be good to have as a standalone little piece. So I did. Yeah. And you can still read what Gorik posted. It isn't actually as much as I was expecting. Like it was pretty right to the point, short and sweet. Didn't have a lot of extra deets. All right, there's 2 more quests to go. Get some coconut cod chowder for this. The Secretariat's resigned expression speaks volumes. But the blasphemy continues to elude us. All of these quests are all about like, we must find the blasphemy. We can't find it. All of a sudden, we found it. Meet me in Costa del Sol. Oh boy. Yeah, you get called a nerd, Nico. Owned. Also, I don't know if the store is still out there, but that the Christian Bale edit with the people's adventure plates, that whole scene is so unnerving. From the actual movie, from American Psycho, but man, that scene with the adventure plates edited in over the cards is so weird. It's even more awkwardly off-putting. Ba-da-da. All right. Where are we off to? Right over here. Yeah, what are we out here for? Rack my brain on the way to be dealing with its deliberating attacks. How they have come up empty-handed and my companions fare no better. That's why I started thinking if only our finest was still with us. He always had a knack for noticing what the rest of us missed. His eyes were so sharp, he could spot a foe's weakness with a single glance. Thanks to him that we were able to slay both Leviathan and Titan and live to tell the tale. The rub is, well, he's a bit eccentric. And yes, I know you could say that about all the company members, but unlike us, he prefers to work from the shadows. Truth be told, I've not seen him since the day we disbanded. Well, I just saw him in a cutscene. Did you not watch the same cutscene I just watched? Just saying. There was a cutscene that he was in. Did you not see him? It's the captain. He's always been watching from afar. That is what he did in that cutscene as well. Whistle at the forked road. Okay. Done eating, back to Elden Ring. God, that's all Freshka's been playing. How many hours does that boy even have right now in Elden Ring? 300 more? 350 hours, maybe? Something like that. I'm like 200 levels higher than him on the season pass in Destiny right now. Because he's just not really playing. He's just playing Elden Ring every day. He's on his third playthrough. He's doing his Ook big axe build. He did a faith build, a sorcery build. Now he's doing Ook hit things, big axe, rar. Heroes, enjoy my retirement. Why'd you have to go and bloody whistle? Bum 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 bum. This boy got a looped scarf on next to a beach. How hot is it right now? Yep, it's Lawrence is the captain. You're going to ask me to help you take on the blasphemy. You were already there. Not asking you, I'm ordering you. Ooh. What's he say? Drive a hard bargain. I like that. Who am I to refuse an order from the company's acting commander? So tell me, acting commander. Uh-huh. Italics, no G. What specific duty would you task me with? I trust you do have a plan. I'm gonna hit 1 and then 2 and then 3, and then hit my mouse button, and then I'm gonna hit a 1 again, and then I'm gonna hit my middle mouse button again. Then I'm gonna hit 2. I'm gonna hit F4, and then I'm gonna spam 4 and 5 a couple of times, then hit 1. That's my plan. Yeah. Neutralize the beast's most potent attack. Needing support from a distance. Who do you suppose might be best suited for that role? You, of course, because you already did it once. Damn right. My eyes are among the keenest in the realm, as you've doubtless heard from Whiskerit. I mean, I noticed your character. We noticed what happened in the last cutscene. That shot that, again, apparently you can shoot spells out of the air with bullets and it destroys them. So surely, why not? Something you should know. Follow me. That's a cool weapon mog he's got on. I wonder if it's actually in the game or not, or it's just an NPC skin. A large buffalo. What's up, my guy? There's the warrior trainer attacking a waterfall with an axe because that's how you train. I don't know. Yeah, that's a really cool gun model. Look at that thing. Damn. Quite the view, wouldn't you say? If you would, indulge me for a moment, and I'll spin ye a yarn. Just try not to doze off. Fade to black. Back in piracy's golden age, the League o' Lost Bastards ruled the Rotano. I was one of them, as was Merylweb. We're led by none other than her old man, Blóifwis, the most feared captain on the high seas. Feared by his enemies, that is. Stern and unforgiving though he was, he took me under his wing and showed me the ropes. That's Merylweb's like second in command now. First mate, whatever. Like a father to me, to us all, till that fateful day. This is a just casual big shark swimming along there. In the year 1562 of the 6th Astral Era, Lomensian merchantmen were struggling with nigh constant raids by the Sahagin. Around this time, Blóifwis, these last names though, had yielded the day-to-day leadership of the bastards to Merylweb, his pride and joy. She was still growing into the role though, and everyone knew the old captain was still calling the shots. True. I guess technically Captain is the big old guy, so he's not going to be there. I thought this guy was the other... Am I mixing up two blonde-haired characters? There was another one that took over that we learned about prior. But this is, again, this story thread, these characters are from way back. Grand Company stuff. This is ARR patch content? Pretty sure this is patch content. Before you went into Heaven's Ward. Man, Leviathan. The fighting was fierce, but we always came out of it in one piece until we didn't. Until after a skirmish, a Sahagin survivor, until his last breath summoned forth the Lord of the World. The great beast toppled our mast and cracked our keel like an egg. We clambered aboard the merchantman as our own ship sank. Not to do but wait for the end. But then comes Blóifwis and his bleeding flotilla out of nowhere to pull us out of the fire. But the League of Lost Bastards would never be the same again, for even though we'd escaped of our lives, with our lives, we soon discovered that Captain Blóifwis was iron-willed, unwavering leader, had fallen under Leviathan's thrall. Oh, this is the whole Mistbeard stuff? He just got tempered. Get too close to the Leviathan, or any primal from the Beastman summonings back in the day. Which apparently was like something that the Ascians were teaching the beast tribes in their summonings. Tempering isn't actually a natural thing. It's something that was done to offset the balance to help with rejoining efforts. Something like that. Something deep in that rabbit hole. One day he vanished, taken off with half our men. Not long after, a band of pirates called themselves the Serpent Reavers began taking prizes in the Indigo Deep alongside the Sahagin. At their helm was none other than Captain Blóifwis, who cast his lot in with the fishbacks. That's racist? Actually racist? Didn't stop me from stowing myself in the cargo hold and joining her on the voyage. She was none too happy to see me at first, wanted me to leave me out of it, she said. As soon as I made myself known that she was struggling to fend off a horde of reavers and fishbacks, it wasn't hard to win her over. Her twin muskets fell in one after the next as my sharpshooting kept her safe from afar. They cut a path to the center of the isle. Yeah, no one has a combat style, so Merylweb's completely unique. most NPCs in the game, I guess she would be machinist, quote unquote, but she doesn't have the machinist stuff. She just akimbos muskets or pistols or whatever. No one else in the game does that. Most other NPCs are even just still based off the core jobs. Merylweb challenged him to a duel. A dim memory must have flickered in his drowned mind, for he accepted. And so, with only me there to witness it, Merylweb ended her father's life. And Lego bastards would have lived up to the name if it weren't for Merylweb. She assumed full command and restored us to our former glory. Not after long, she triumphed in the Trident and was named Chief Admiral of Limsa Lomensa. There was no cure for tempering back then. No cure for tempering. Seeing her charge in a battle, muskets blazing. Yeah, they call them muskets, but I thought muskets were larger. Larger firearms than the little pistols that she has. My job is to support her from the shadows, and it's a role in which I'll happily serve again. I owe that much to her old man. This guy's not... Big Captain died a while ago, but this guy is the support for the daughter of the captain. I see. So I was misremembering these older characters. Totally fine. Whoosh. TV. Yeah, this is the Hildebrand quest where I left it. They're also in Costa del Sol. Did Lorenz show himself? Yes. I had some hope your words might reach him, but never did I imagine he would agree so readily. There's one thing I appreciate you didn't mention Lorenz's involvement in the company. Lanzanel in particular. They'll find out soon enough regardless. So why not tell them? I don't know. Whatever. I guess just they having the surprise on our hands or something. For the upcoming duty, no less. We are drawing ever closer. I trust you to report the latest developments to the Maelstrom. Sure. Why not? Bum 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 bum. Okay. We head back. I've got quite a bit of WoW Dragonflight stuff pulled up here. Try to finish this role quest off, and then we'll transition over to looking through all those notes and stuff from the... Got some Wowhead posts pulled up. Got some article compilations from MMO Champion. Can't speak. The search for the blasphemy continues, though I understand you've been carrying out an entirely different investigation. Question mark. How do you know? It should be the last quest, which will be the solo duty and whatnot. To calmer seas. The Secretariat appears visibly dismayed. In the last 20 seconds where I turned in the quest and stood here, despite our best efforts, the blasphemy continues to elude us for the time being. We interrupted an incoming communication from Westgate. From Whiskerman. Yes, this is the Avengers phone. Hello, who is it? Ryan Reynolds, aka Deadpool. We snared ourselves a blasphemy. We are our erstwhile companion Real to thank. Oh, Real's here? Cool. Okay. Isolated as the sea grot is, we can engage our foe without putting small folk at risk. Any words from your men, Commander? Company of heroes assembled. Okay, so it literally is an Avengers joke. As I made an Avengers reference. That's too cheese. It's too cheese. I had pizza over the weekend, Gorek. Ordered some. I should have splurged on the more expensive than I did, because the place I ordered it from was not good. Man, I basically ate the whole like medium pizza over 3 meals. A lunch, dinner, and midnight snack kind of deal, but it was I was just eating calories at that point. It was not great, unfortunately. What kind of pizza do you have? You just said BRB grabbing lunch. Did you go somewhere to get it? Did you have something delivered? Just bickering over the link shell. Fair enough. Greyflox wants to blast it to itty bitty pieces. Fair enough. This is Merylweb. I will ready a warship at once. Assemble outside the wench once you've all seen to your preparations. It's solo duty time. Bring on the duty. Oh, she's up top. Okay. Papa John's. You must like yourself some Papa John's, boy. I know Conrad used to eat a lot of Papa John's. I was, meh. You're eating baked mac and cheese with ham and onion. Now, baked as in made it in a pot, right? Boiled it, mashed it, stick it in a stew, smushed it around. And then you transfer that to like a casserole dish. And then you top the casserole dish with, you know, breadcrumb, panko crust. In this case, you ham and onion butter topping, and then you bake it. Or something else, Teddy. Did you order food? Yeah, there should be along soon. Let's do it. Now, Gorek, do you use the garlic butter sauce or the pepperoncinis by chance? In your Papa John's? There was a local Italian place in Orlando that quite good, like brick oven pizza. Way better than like the regular chain stuff. But obviously you pay way more for it. Whether by means to reverse the transformation, we would do all in our power to bring your mother back. Sadly, there is nothing left of her to save. For the future of the Sahagin and Limsa Lomensa alike, the blasphemy must be laid to rest. When the deed is done, I would bring your brothers, even the crushing tide, aboard the great ship we call Vilbrand. You know, the God Ray's coming in. Made it yourself, Teddy. Topped it with shiz and smashed garlic croutons. Look at this guy. Starts working at a restaurant again, thinks he knows how to make fancy food. The gall. You don't do dips with your pizza, Gorek? Ruins the taste of meat and other stuff. I'm a ranch dipper. Myself, for sure. I am definitely a ranch dipper on the pizza. Primarily because if I'm going to eat pizza, and if I'm going to eat like a whole slice and not just like... Usually I don't eat all of the bread, crust and all, but if it's super fresh pizza, then it's really good. You do like the first half of it, like the bottom triangle, the floppy bit, and then you roll the crust with like the other half of the pizza slice. Say like a big old pizza roll up. And then that's a good 3-4 bites dunked in, you know, hot sauce and ranch or something like that. Definitely the play. For sure. Barbecue chicken with bacon, mild peppers, topped with a little bit of buffalo sauce. Okay, okay. Don't go dying on me out there. NPCs don't die in this game. Although, awkwardly, it feels like some of them should. But how many have actually ever died in the whole course of the game? 2? 3? 4? I can only think of 4 main characters. And if you include like the whole cast, there's almost 20. So, I don't know. I guess it's not a bad percentage. Just feels like so few do. Only a few have over the course of 10 years. Time to show the realm of the company of heroes hasn't lost a step. Stand a better chance of slipping past the crushing tide if we split up. Okay. To Sestasha. Oh, is it going to be a dutied version of Sestasha? Of the dungeon? Probably. My queen, I beg you. Pray show your loyal shun mercy. Nope, you're getting eaten. Is Godzilla. Nom nom nom. Get squished. The Indigo Beast. Looks like an enemy from SWTOR. It's got a very SWTOR-esque enemy vibe, that's for sure. Not your queen anymore, fish boy. It is wild. I wonder if you did all these during MSQ before you finished the game, if they would have a little more congruent nature. Because they're meant to be done during the main story quest, but obviously you can do them after. It's not terrible that you do them after, but... Run, fishman, run! Uh-huh. I was beginning to think you wandered off a cliff, Lorenz. Must you say it like that? I prefer to think of myself as fashionably late. That hair, though. That hair, though. 3v1 duty with the weird Godzilla monster that looks like it's from SWTOR. Let's go. How much HP we talking? I'm stunned. I can't do anything. Hey, he's got machinist animations. Grorg. Well, you just gotta attack the orbs. So you gotta attack them from their weak point direction, I guess. We've done it. I have to do it again. Meryl was just staying in the middle of the room. What are you doing, girl? Oh, she's shooting it. Fair enough. Indigo, whoa. Ouch. What the hell? Double enshroud, kind of, but also scuffed. Little scuffed. Omnidirectional boss. Oh, that like real hurt. Damn. And I have the like the echo healing thing going on right now, so. What the heck? Oops. Transforms the Hagens. What the? See it floating in the air there? That was weird. I guess during that I should have arcane circled. And that's how you have to do it to double up properly. Oh, bleh. What the hell is that? Oh, Brayflox. It's Brayflox noises. I do be forgetting about the Shadow of Death crap. The thing that Duin talks about. It is a little obnoxious. Like the best way to deal with it is just to cast it more often. It's the debuff right here. Death's Design. Okay, okay. Got no cooldowns right now. That animation is wild. I don't think I've ever seen her do that before. Maybe she does in the other story beats. Oh. Many Sahagin handle it. These are tanky as heck. Not to hide behind something? Oh. Extinction flare. I guess got scanned moving over to it. I saw the shield at the very last bit. Probably I need to hide behind that little shield they cast. Okay, gotta watch Lorenz do the pew pew pew, I guess. You do that, Lorenz. I'm gonna hydrate. Very good, very good. Okay, once we finish this role quest, we'll change gears to the World of Warcraft stuff. So I looked through a bunch of the interviews and see if there's any new info. Or relevant new info, rather. Defeat the Indigo Beast. A blark. Oh. Can I break the combo here? Okay. Just trying to manage the debuff. OGCD, hello. What the hell? That was so weird. Didn't feel like I was messing up the weaving there, but then I couldn't. OGCD, really? Oh, those are like regen bombs, I guess, or potions. Okay, that all worked just fine. That was weird. I don't know why earlier it didn't work that way. So, Annihilation Flare. That's those little things. Mm-hmm. Oh. This is the dodge everything phase. This boss is also omnidirectional, so I haven't really needed to care about positionals or anything right now. All right, let's go to the big blast thing next. Oh, it's after all the ads. That tab target tabs to my left, awkwardly. Oh, I did it again. It's during the ad phase. Damn it. I feel like I had to get through the ads, but son of a bitch. The ads are a distraction. It's during the ad phase you hide behind the shield. F. They're so damn tanky. I'm fighting them for so long. I only even get like 2 of them down. I don't even get really 2 of them down. I wonder if they're just, you just ignore them. I wonder if the big attack that the Swotor monster does kills them all. All right. Third time's a charm. No more derpage. Blammo. The real question is, Gorak, how hungry of a hungry man are you right now? How much of that pizza is going to be left? Or is that pizza all yours right now? Nothing left of it? Oh, man. I probably shouldn't have eaten that one. I'm trying to cast my Soul So right now. Awfully wooed. My gluttony timing is off. No. Double Enshroud in cooldown. I think I was a little off on the timing, but for the most part, it's all there. Yeah, on the 1 second mark. Look at that. Boom.
You're in my sights.
Big damn. Alright, be wary of the ad phase. Damn, Death's Design falling off. Ah. Whoop. Alright, the ads are a debate. The third time in a row. And the first time I didn't know what was going on. Where's Big Shield Man? Defend us with your blade. I hate to be in this blob. I am in the bubble. It did not kill all the ads. Oh, it's gonna cast it again. Oh, that one's weaker, I guess? Oh, I'm stunned now. It's enough ether to go blasting the entire island. We better work fast. That's a cool animation. Very Frieza. I'm stunned, still can't do anything. It's the crushing tide! For the future of the Indigo Deep, they brought in a freaking Welk Ballista. That's probably too early. Oops, wrong button. Whatever. Oh, we have to beat it. It's like a weapon thing. Okay. The power of friendship with fish people. Fish people friends. We did it. We beat the Swotor monster. Pocket sand. It's still wiggling. Ugh. Now time for Scrappy. You'll be remembered for the mother you were. Kablamo. Scrappy does need his old man rocking chair naps. Also, speaking of Scrappy, on a scale of 1 to duh, how much of a rocking chair grandpa napper is he going to be when he gets older? Our queen mother returns to the depths in eternal slumber. With your strength, you could have crushed us easily. Why do you spare our lives? Because fish people are friends too. That's what Maroweb is saying right here. Fish people are friends too. That's amazing. You're already there, Scrappy? You're already grandpa rocking chair afternoon naps? Yeah, okay. Your only thing is you probably have like your Switch in your lap and you fall asleep with it on so it drains the battery. When he gets older, like in 200 years old, because he's already 88. Ooh. Yo, Scrappy, he just
called you old.
Even after losing who she was, your queen made for your spawning. Wait, your queen made for your spawning grounds. Oh, she came back here. Yeah. It's there. She drew her last breath and then turned into a giant Ort cloud of ether goo. When your next queen is crowned, know that she will have a safe place to raise her young. Once you have selected a suitable location, Limsa Lomensa will recognize and honor your claim. Nicer. The kobolds are open to the idea. The details will be negotiated, but I am confident you can reach an agreement. Oh yeah, the other beast tribes. Sahagin, Kobold, and Lominson alike yearn to abide in peace. We can make it so. And there goes Scrappy quoting Finding Nemo. Look, all the fish people are happy, even though there's only 3 of them here. Must be weird to not have... Imagine if you didn't have lips. Because Sahagin just have, like, their mouths are open all the time. Like, peel your lips back past your teeth and then just have your mouth always open. Oh, Lorenz was trying to sneak away before the Grand Company, or the Company of Heroes saw him. Yeah. I dare say we do have a lot of talking to do, don't we, Commander Lawrence? Brayflocks. Yeah. Nico says I'm 31. I'm already there. Lol. Oh, they're already doing the rocking chair naps, or falling asleep with the switch in your hands and letting the battery die, or both. Yes. That's an all right side story. That's fine. Why did we ever believe that monstrosity was a blessing? What fools we were. Well, technically it was kind of smaller than your birthing mother, the queen mother thing or whatever. She was thick. Like, so thick it hurt my cheeks to hold that much air in and slowly squeeze it out for that giant sound. Ridiculous. Wonder where I was during the battle? Well, I wasn't slacking off. It's just, if that's what you're implying, my duty was to protect the ship to ensure a safe return. Truly. Mm-hmm. I dare say that blasphemy was the most formidable foe our company has ever faced. I must further hone my skills, lest the next enemy prove too tough for us to handle. Yeah, you guys are like, what, level 50? Oh, Landon's mad. The question is, though, when Scrappy falls asleep in his rocking chair, does he have a blanket over his legs, or does he just have slippers on? Or both? I don't know if I see Scrappy as a slippers kind of guy. Gorek is a slippers kind of guy, that's for sure. Scrappy's probably like floppy socks kind of guy. Why in the seven hells are you skulking about in the shadows while we did all the dirty work? Did you? He was sharpshootering down the ether blobs. What? Ugh. You think Scrappy's a socks and sandals kind of? Ugh. Socks and stocks? Birkenstocks? Birkenstocks and socks. That's such a look. I don't know if that would be Scrappy, though. That might be too high class. Too high class for Scrappy. The future of the company hung in the balance. I waited and waited and waited some god's damn more, and still you never turned up. But I've got you now, and I will have satisfaction. Oh my. My scouts observed him roaming near Costa del Sol not long ago. It would seem our commander's woeful sense of direction has not improved in the latest, or least. I was surprised you never realized, Landonel, that was to blame for his extreme tardiness. That the commander did indeed arrive at the agreed upon location for your duel after the sun had risen and set half a dozen times. What? That's toxic. Dude, he's just a blonde. He's bad with directions. It's kind of a weird story point. But okay. Yeah, get him. Stab him in the butt. Cool. Neat. Very good. Very fine. Okie doke. Very good. You hardly need a company or commander to get you that. And should Limsa ever, again be in peril, there's nothing stopping us from rising to the occasion. Very good. Power of friendship. Disgruntled Raphael character. Lalafell shrug. Indeed. Scrappy socks. Good. Yes, good. Oh, holy crap. Brayflox wants busy work. Let the company here be disbanded. No more cheese wars. No more cheese wars. Brayflox had good times and happy feels with gobby friends, but good times will come again. And when they do, new boomsticks will bring blasty doom with much fastness. It says this is how Scrappy actually talks also. Look after the you, brave noon. Why, hit him with the R's? Hit him with the R's. 'Cause apparently that Makote in particular talks like a pirate. You owe me a bottle of your finest Brackus? Yeah, give me that wine though. I mean to return to Wineport as soon as I've tied up a few final loose ends here. Speaking of wine, I've always preferred the older vintages left to sleep in their barrels for many a summer. Come out tasting better than ever. One might say that about the same, say the same about our company. Sure. Off with you then. Return to the whalers and keep the murdering to a minimum. Good lord. As if I needed you to tell me, while I enjoy the diversion, I know it well as any that my true place is in Gridania, leading a respectable life. Okie doke, bye. Kind of a send-off quest to these characters too. That's nice. Any parting words? I don't know. I don't remember who this was. Oh, is it the guy that tricked us? That wanted to be part of the Company of Heroes but wasn't? He was the other big Rogadin. But he obviously wasn't. It says like younger brother or something. Something like that. I can't remember. Again, this was way back in ARR questing, some hundreds of hours of quests ago. Ought to be on my way. Slipping away again, are we? You are a creature of habit. Meryl's gonna come bonk you upside the head. I resented you for a time, you know, but I think I understand now. Better to shun fame and not serve as an example for glory seekers too eager to fight and too quick to die. That's the guy from Costa del Sol. Oh, the Lalafell. That's being fanned by the Makotes in the bikinis. That guy. I remember in the quest to learn about the Company of Heroes and what they did when you were learning about how to deal with primals earlier on in your adventurer life. You met that one big chunky boy in that inn or whatever who claimed to be part of it, but he was just lying for fame. Didn't know if that was what his name was. I forgot. But if that's the sunglasses wearing Lalafell just chilling on the beach, then that's fair. It was you who who have shouldered Captain Blofweis's burden and that of the entire league. No. That boy got a flower in his hair or something, it looks like, by the way. Just notice that now. Big earring. I dare say we've worked hard enough. Maybe us company folk aren't the only ones in need of retirement. Ah, but I've said too much. Lauren's holding his tongue. Gods, you have changed. But yes, my greatest test as Admiral still lies ahead as we steer the great ship Vilbrand towards a new future. Reformed pirates. Aww. Dare say you did almost as good a job at keeping my men to task as I could have done. Just waving at him. So he tells me our paths may cross again, but forgive me if I carry on like I've never seen you before, not unlike my old friend Mistbeard. Yeah, that's a neat way to bring back in these old characters. I'm sure if you were more connected to all the different side quest characters, that might be a little different. Because I definitely didn't read everything, because it's a lot, but got the gist of it. Got the gist of it. The blasphemer is no more. But we'll never know lasting peace until the crushing tide agrees to lay down their arms. It will be a daunting task. As we saw in Sestasha, they are not beyond reason. I will do all my power to see that your efforts and your sacrifices of my brothers were not in vain. Forgive us even after being freed from false god's thrall. We still clung to our hateful beliefs. Different colored fish people making amends. I'll return and speak to my brothers of the crushing tide. Okie doke. Adventurer, I have no words to express my gratitude to you. I will repay you the only way I know how, by doing my part to usher in an age where Shorewalker and Sahagin stand as one. Probably the first thing you maybe should do is stop calling them Shorewalkers, so they stop calling you fishbacks. That might be your first step towards, you know, removing the underpinned potential racism from the way you label each other. Just a thought. Ever since we achieved a measure of peace with the kobolds, I prayed this day would come. But this is, of course, only the beginning. Negotiations must be held and words exchanged in earnest with invariably lead to flared tempers and bruised egos. But such things always accompany meaningful progress. Vilbrand, freaking Merylweb's got those Sonic the Hedgehog gloves on. How heavy do you think those gloves are? Or the cuffs of those gloves? So much fabric? Also considering that she's a row. She's like 7 feet tall. Not that tall. 6.5? For it must be a harmony not foisted upon them from above, but one which they aspire to of their own free will. No doubt, Noel and his brothers feel the same. Foisted? Another SAT word here? That's a ship term, I figure. Big foisted energy. They've come to Limsa's aid, my aid at a time it needed it most. We meet next, I hope. 'Twill not be as admiral and adventurer, but as friends, mayhap trading war stories over ales at the Wench. My queen. I am a Limsa boy. No, I wasn't. I wasn't the Limsa boy. Who was? I did Gridania because I was white mage. I started there for conjurer stuff. Must return to my duties. Drafting reports and decrees is hardly the most exciting part of my role, but is a necessary one. If you happen to pass through Radz-at-Han, pray share your exploits with our delegate there. Doubtless he will be interested to hear your first-hand account. AKA go back to where the quest started. One day I will lay down these muskets of mine for good, but not yet, father, not yet. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, you were Ul'dah. Well, only certain, because certain base jobs come from certain cities. Certain starter cities. The Conjurer's Guild is in Gridania. Have to go back to Radz-at-Han. Turn the quest in. Garlemald started in Gridania. Now you're an Ul'dah boy. Or I'd switch to Ishgard and a freaking harpy if I had the chance. Yeah, so what orchestrating roles did you find to play in your room, by the way, Gorek? Railbon and Nanamo definitely have big anime energy. They're like, I always bring them up and I can never remember their damn names. Like Kenpachi and the pink-haired girl from Bleach. That's definitely where that was inspired from. Gorek bought all the Ishgard music. And a chance at peace with the Sahagin. These are hearty tidings indeed. Yay, some materia. I can now dye the job-specific DPS gear. We did it. Eat the clam chowder. All right, it's time to shift gears here. How's that garden doing? Yeehaw. Blank. Tandaya Reaper gear all pink. Absolutely not. No, I got alpha'd. Which is not a terrible thing, but it's just I'm looking for the green gear. I overclicked. I think it might also be time for getting that companion app set up so I get another retainer. You may do indeed. You may do indeed. Have plans to harvest? True, true. This is true. Yep. Been working on the boat airship stuff. We have some more of the materials we need. We need these right here, these fibers and these. We need more of this resin. We have 9 of it right now. We need a lot more, but getting there. Oh, you did put 2 Thavnarian onions right here. Look at that. Oh, hey ho. I also dug through the FC coffer the other day. Tried to organize some of it a little better and remove a bunch of duplicates or things we're just not going to use. All right, well, that is that. Because that is a lot. Okay. All right, so let me pull up like a Google Doc for like some notes here, because I'm gonna go through and read a lot of stuff, but it is going to be not all super important. Let's go over here, make a... Make one of those. All right, so I think the first thing we can start with, this just came out while I was streaming, actually. So there's some information. Oh, the sidebar is broken. Probably ad space that is being closed off there. It's okay. Okay. So yeah, this came out when I was streaming. So Dragonflight will have a big bad villain. Who could it be? But there was a recent interview with Judge Hype where Ian confirmed there will be some sort of big bad in Dragonflight. His quote is, "There will inevitably be a big bad in the expansion. However, this will be experienced with Miss Pandaria. You'll have to wait and find out who it is. We'll start by learning more about the threats to Dragonflight, just as we did with the Shah and the Mogu in Miss Pandaria. Eventually, we will find out who the threat of the Dragonflight is." Misquoted there, maybe, or something. "It'll be necessary to explore, understand the world, and wait before knowing who the main threat of the expansion. We have to understand how the story unfolds, so as not to imagine that a character comes out of nowhere." Editorial stuff in Wowhead says, "Well, it's not only possible that this big bad could turn out to be a new character, one we will get to know only once we reach the Dragon Isles. There are also several established antagonists directly related to the World of Warcraft's dragon lore. While many of them have already been defeated, some may yet still return." So yeah, Galakrond is dead. Old gods are all presumed dead. Deathwing dead. Dragonflight mostly defeated, but some still survive, I guess. And then Morazon and the Infinite Dragonflight are complicated. And the Morazon one down here. The Infinite Dragonflight is a time-traveling dragonflight formed from corrupted members of the Bronze Dragonflight led by Morazon. Himself a corrupted version of the Bronze Dragonflight leader, Nosdormu. In our timeline, Nosdormu is still himself, aspect of the Bronze Dragonflight. However, at some unknown point in the future, Nosdormu, tormented by the knowledge of his own death, will be tricked by the old gods and help him shatter the time ways, creating the Infinite Dragonflight. It's a weird plot point to think about, because technically, if right now all of the old gods are defeated enough to a degree, then how would Nosdormu get corrupted if it's still our timeline's future? So that just kind of gives the game away that the old gods aren't done, but also probably not thought that far ahead. So those are the options they bring up, which, meh. The Twilight Dragonflight, though, curious though. Yeah, created by Syntharia, the prime consort of Deathwing, the Twilight Dragonflight infused egg stolen from other dragonflights with dark magic. Though Syntharia believed the idea was her own, it was put into her mind by the old gods. Both Deathwing and the Twilight Dragonflight were officially defeated at the end of Cataclysm. However, it would not be the last time we would see this Dragonflight. It played a major role in Battle for Azeroth, especially during the Visions of N'Zoth. However, the Twilight Dragonflight isn't the only distorted dragonflight associated with the old gods. Oh yeah, it's the Infinite. So, maybe. But yeah, Deathwing is done. According to a 2018 interview, the podcast Countdown to Classic conducted with former Blizzard employee John Statz, the Dragonflights themselves have also a long and painful history with the old gods. Worth mentioning, the original planned concept for the Dragon Isles included multiple temples to the old gods. Oh, that's what John Stat's interview brought up. In the Dragonflight deep dive posted by Blizzard, it's mentioned that along with the awakening of the Dragon Isles, old enemies have returned as well, or awakened as well. The quote is, "An opportunity to reclaim their legacy and return once more as the protectors of Azeroth lays before the dragons, and will need the help of the heroes of Azeroth to face the challenges of this reawakening. The land has not been peacefully awaiting their return. Old enemies have awakened as well, and will need to be confronted and overcome if the flights are to make it their home once more." But that's like the centaurs and stuff, so I don't know if it's to be old god related. But this did come out of the Ian quote from just the other day. So, alright. Lore-based stuff, that's fine, but nothing really to piece apart there, I don't think, for anything super crazy. Alright, let's start doing some big wrap-up things here. Let's scroll over. So we know a bunch of the core system stuff, but let's pull up MMO Champs got stuff. Everybody thinks it's Galakrond. They even said that the first raid is about the proto-drakes that refused the Titan's gift and instead followed Galakrond and later re-embraced their elemental heritage. It's very possible. I just don't know how they're going to bring back Galakrond without it being some like weird zombified reincarnated version, because Galakrond's literal skeleton lies in and across all of Dragonblight, and it's being juiced up by the Scourge, but the Scourge is now, you know, under a different leadership that I don't think would want to resurrect a giant old ancient proto-drake. You think it would have been remanifested by Azerite? Okay. Yeah. Alright, so interview with Ian Hazzikostas and Steve Denuser about Dragonflight from IGN. Okay. We're laying the groundwork for this expansion since even before Shadowlands. Of course, every expansion is usually one more leapfrogged. The zones of the Dragon Isles are not particularly themed after each specific flight, like in Dragonblight. Each zone, however, has powerful links to a particular flight. The Dragon Isles is very vertical. The dragons were forced to leave this land during the Sundering when the elemental energy waned, but the recent events have caused it to surge, and the time to reclaim their homeland has come. Dragons are still immortal, though. They're not crazy immortal beings anymore, so let's see how that works out if they retcon that. There will be a lot more exploration than in Shadowlands, but the zone order will remain the same for everyone on their first character. Telling a linear storyline is not easy, utilizing the Legion and Battle for Azeroth choose your zone order methods. So going back to a linear format for leveling, instead of the bounce around to different zones with their own stories. So they're trying to tell a cohesive story. A little bit of maybe Final Fantasy XIV influence there. Okay. Each individual zone has a lot of freedom. The continent encourages exploration. Different reputations will unlock new stories as you progress. The team thought of the new race early in development. So, and this started at least 3 years ago or more, because the artist that showed off the Drakthir was one of their main projects for over 3 years now. I have that tweet actually. One moment, just for verification purposes. I gotta scroll through my liked comments. Well, okay. They said last few years, but that I mean, few means 3. Yeah, Ariel Fane, senior character artist for World of Warcraft 2D and 3D artist. Yeah, they said, I'm so excited to finally share what I've been working on the last few years. Drakthir have been a dream project for me, and working with the feature team has been so much fun. But yeah, few years. And there's all this feedback in the thread about how they're going to be like bulkier, chunkier models. But they're also only casters and healers. But I guess we'll find out if they have different body models, because that would be the first time we'd ever had different body models in the history of the game, considering we did not ever have them with any other races, really. Yeah, Visionary. I mean, it's. I'm just trying to put together like an update post video kind of a thing that's a lot more condensed about what new information has come out. A lot of this is all fine and dandy, but I'm going to skim through all these here for the next little bit to see what the systems discussion is like and what they're saying about that. And then we'll see if they stick to it. I know there's already a quote that we'll get to, and eventually that so there's no borrowed power systems in Dragonflight. There's nothing like that at all. So we'll have to see. It might actually be down here. The team realized earlier that none of the existing classes fit the theme of the race very well. This is the Drakthir. New talent system was a way to address the constant new systems without adding new systems every expansion. Yeah, it's almost like people have been saying this for a long time. It's been bad since Legion. Because Warlords didn't really have it the same, because we got those new passives, but that's just kind of integrated into the core kit. But yeah, ever since Legion, it's been borrowed power for 6 years now. Well, something like that. The new talent system is a way to return to the roots in a sense. The goal is to allow maximum customization and the ability to be an actual hybrid. We'll see if that ever actually makes any sense. It's going to be cookie cutter just like it was back in the day. Everyone wants these big expansive talent trees coming back, but then wait for it. Video gamers will video game, and they will find the path to least resistance. They will find the most optimal way to spec. They will share that information with, friends, guide writers, discords. It's gonna happen. It's whatever, though. The talent system will easily allow you to customize your talents based on the encounter. Yeah, there's a screenshot of the talent system having like 8 presets saved, so you can have a ton of saved talent loadouts, it would seem. As you level up your dragon riding, you'll be able to reach certain locations and do things you couldn't do with normal flying. Oh, like how flying was in Burning Crusade, but then like 7 people complained about not wanting to have flying, but then they couldn't get to the elemental plateau, and then for almost a decade you've made no content based on flying being an unlock. So dumb. Either you make it for pure convenience, like what Final Fantasy XIV does. All they do is they make it a little mini game while you're leveling, and then you can fly there to get around the zones faster for farming and whatever. Or you integrate it with content, that the ability to unlock flying and it being a part of the game gives you somewhere else to go, other places to. Mostly it's always like farming. Is it herbs, mining nodes, elemental motes was Burning Crusade. You could farm the primal elemental, little crafting pieces and whatever. They wanted to create a sense of aspiration for unlocking areas you can see but couldn't reach with simple flying. That's the dev team. The professional revamp allows players to have work orders and collaborative crafting to work together for rare crafting materials. Yeah, this is a weird one. This can backfire real hard. Final Fantasy XIV has had normal and high quality materials for the longest time, and in Endwalker, the recent expansion, they yeeted that and yeeted the ability to even farm randomly, of course, for high quality material. But it looked like in early screenshots from Dragonflight, there's 5 levels of quality for material. So I wonder how much that will impact, if that'll be fun for gathering or if it will be super annoying and lame and patched out eventually. You know what I mean? Just writing some notes for myself. Do I hear bloated system? There's no way of getting away from cookie cutter no matter what system is implemented. Well, yeah. But yeah, this is gonna be, it's gonna be interesting. The profession revamp. I think the new work order system, which allows crafters to post items with materials and commissions, this is cool as heck. Work orders is neat. Granted, I feel like you'd mostly do this in your own guild, but this is a very cool MMO style addition. Like, the work orders seem neat. However, the whole profession revamp allows players to have work orders and collaborative crafting to work together for rare crafting materials. Yeah, that one's the strange one from what the new professional revamp happened. The UI revamp was done to bring the UI into the modern era of larger monitors. Sure, it looks good. The team doesn't want to take away your add-ons, but give you the ability to play the game without having to rely on so many of them. Fair. Horde and Alliance are working together in Dragonflight. They've worked together in almost every expansion. Work together in BFA. Work together in Legion. Work together in Wrath. Work together in the Shadowlands. Like, you're officially saying it now, but you've woven a narrative where they keep working together because it's a big bad guy. We gotta make the big bad guy together. We gotta do it. But then no, we're gonna turn around and be like, no, we don't like you, stinky Horde, poopy Alliance. So that's fine. That's fine. The Dragon Scale Expedition is the name of the Horde and Alliance expedition. The Dragon Scale Expedition. Okay. The team isn't perfectly happy with personal loot and knows there's room to improve. They have nothing to announce but want to improve collaborative loot. Ugh. Ugh. Cringe. They call it collaborative loot. What the hell? What the hell is collaborative loot? Tier sets will remain in Dragonflight. Yeah, okay, sure. The team that will improve the Great Vault from Shadowlands. Okay. The Bronze Dragons will allow us to see unique stories involving timelines, and Wrathion is a big part of the story. He has never seen these lands before. That's correct. He's like 4 years old. So of course not. Now let me go to the newer page here. There's more interviews. Oh wait, was there something else at the top of the page now? Oh yeah, this got pushed down. Says the new post. So this was an interview with Ungeek, GameSpot, and Gamer Braves, several fan sites. From the Ungeek interview, the Dragon Isles are large, and so dragon riding was added to allow a unique and easier way to navigate this world designed for dragons. And flying hasn't changed much in 17 years, and dragon riding was added to provide a modern take on it that involves physics and momentum, and is available early to the expansion that grows over time. Okay. From GameSpot, flying in the Dragon Isles will not require a Pathfinder achievement. Okay. That's a fine note. The Dragon Isles was chosen for this expansion because it was one of the few remaining known places on Azeroth yet to be explored. The Evoker class came about as the team realized that the Drakthir race was too unique to be accessed by the current classes. A Threads of Fate leveling system for ults will be utilized in Dragonflight, and Blizzard is looking into making more systems account-wide. Blizzard also plans to provide a more in-depth open world experience going forward. These are really wide. These are really wide brushstrokes of things they just want to do. Like, it doesn't say anything. Like, what is going to be a more in-depth open world? More world quests. That's a tough brushstroke to just slap out there with no other details right now. Yeah, there are no borrowed powered systems in Dragonflight, but instead a revamp of systems that players are familiar with. Yeah. Notes. The team saw the release of WoW Classic that much of the strengths of the old talent system still work today and tried to find a way to incorporate that into the modern game. And the team is taking a when it's ready approach to release, and so there is no release date yet. Really? They're going back to the old Blizzard cojones on release when it's ready? No way. What's up, Teddy? Hi, we are Blizzard. We long-windedly talk about pretty things we want to do for our community about making the game better, and then always flub the execution, doing what we wanted instead. Well, this is, you know, they can say this. That's how they used to be for the longest time. They always didn't post release dates, but the whole Activision Blizzard stuff. So I wonder if they really had to just drive it in and get this like super awkwardly approved and bring this up and debate about it to go back to this style. Because they tried like the faster release thing, that didn't work. They tried this 2-year cadence thing, that's not working. There's just something in their pipeline or something that just slows them down, or they make so many damn changes, or they rely too much on public beta feedback and not their own QA team or something. Or they try, the biggest part of what this also comes down to is they design so many systems, every expansion, that are all about these, like, they're trying to sell boxes, right? They're box selling features. They're out these launch things. They make all these other things, which is where there are huge differences between, say, World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV. Whereas 14 players now, I mean, you even hear Mr. Happy talking about it now and then, whereas like to expect this, and this every time as a patch, right? They have a formula. They have MSQ plus dungeon plus some extra side quests, you know, plus the trial series, or plus the alliance raid. Like, it's all very formulaic. However, you do see a slight change in the wind for Square Enix and Final Fantasy XIV with the Criterion dungeon content that is coming out during this patch cycle in patch 0.2 and then 0.4 and 0.5 as the initial launch notes that I have written down. The Criterion dungeon is a single player to 4-player scaling difficulty dungeon. Now, will it be just a straight line with 3 bosses? Who the hell knows? Probably. Will it have different loot than just tombstones? Also, who the hell knows? Probably not. But it'll be something new and a little bit different. Whereas in WoW, every expansion is islands and Torghasts and new daily quests and reputations and covenants and world drop legendaries and the weekly chests, weekly great vault, and all, you know, all these things every time. So they innovate a lot, but then it also becomes so much. There's almost like this weird middle ground that neither game is currently found yet, where WoW seems to overdevelop and Final Fantasy XIV doesn't necessarily underdevelop. They just only put out what they know is safe, or at least they have for the longest time. But again, my Final Fantasy knowledge is only about a year, going on a year now. Not yet there exactly, but my WoW stuff is obviously 15 plus years, but they always try to make more than they might need to. So they might be able to do a 2-year cadence if they do, you know, expansion, 6 months later patch, 6 months later patch, 6 months later patch, and then go into beta, and then 6 months later new expansion. So 24-month cycle. But they just don't, they never have anything locked down enough for that. It's also wild that the different level of content and the different timing between WoW patches and Final Fantasy ones, but all right. In the Gamer Braves interview, You will get a new talent point for every level from 60 to 70 with the new talent system. That doesn't really answer the full question. You will get a new talent point for every level between 60 and 70. That to me reads that there isn't a talent point every level leading up to it. But the system has to have like 50 or 60 talent points in it though to even go down a tree. Because some of the nodes take 3. That doesn't really say much. So you get 10 talent points here, but then how many do you get in total? Dragon Isles will let players explore familiar themes while feeling fresh. You will see centaurs, primordial trolls, and Tuskar in a land that hasn't been visited in 10,000 years. Yeah, either you give yourself more time or you get more people. Well, they're not going to get more people, Div, after they laid off a bunch of people anyway in the first place. They did say they wanted to bring in more developers post that huge layoff. But who knows? Activision Blizzard upper crust are all about the income for the least amount of employees present working on it. Although apparently across their entire company they have over 1,000 QA, but that's for, you know, all their games. But there are class talent points and spec talent points. Right, that's also true. Yeah, this might have to go into a little more detail, because you can go to the actual interview here, but if it's a video one, looks like it's not video. Where are the talents? So this is Patrick Dawson and Laura is it Sardina? So about the talent revamps. We're doing something new to the talent point system. There are points that are spec specific and points that are universal. There are going to be different sections of how you're going to allocate these talent points, meant to help you get the throughput, the customizability, and how you want to play your character and what the class means to you rather than just doing the min-max. Well, we'll see. On the UI side, we wanted to make sure talents visually have the class fantasy in them no matter how much you look at them. We wanted to do something nice for the backgrounds and have it be easy to tell when you swap specs. For example, as a healer, you could be playing PvP for Mythic or Mythic Plus. You may have different talents for different situations. It'll be like your transmog menu where you easily save and name your preset, like a section with a drop-down menu to set your talents. Yes, yes, yes. So where is this note about the actual talent points? That didn't really say anything. Everyone's always so up to doodle about, you know, the expansion selling features, which is new class, new race, new specs. This is about the flying not changing in 17 years thing. Okay. The starting zone for the Drakthyr will tell the story of why they are waking up now and their place in the story. The Drakthyr evoker may interact slightly differently with the Dragon riding feature, but they will be able to utilize it as well. The Drakthyr evoker might feel limiting because of a single race and only 2 specs, with the customization and unique spell casting makes it seem extremely unique and engaging. So yeah, confirming the 2 spec thing. No, we had that discussion before about it only having 2 specs. There's the healer one and the ranged DPS one. But this is just a wording of that it's there. The UI for customizing your dragon mount is based on the barbershop revamp from Shadowlands. And the new UI will be customizably based on your spec and will change according whenever you switch your role. Okay. I got Bajira about WoW PvP. Him and Halinka. PvP gear will be largely a separate acquisition like it was in later Shadowlands patches, but Halinka says he is not upset if a few trinkets from PvE are competitive for PvP. Of course not. Unless you section it all off, you can't. Again, trinkets are such a fucking nightmare, man. I feel like they should only have 1 trinket slot in the game. That could be something they could easily do. 1 trinket slot, just 1 for everyone, just 1. The trinket set bonus will stick around for PvP and Dragonflight. PvP set bonuses are not currently coming. That's a tagline there. So cross-faction will be available for rated PvP, but random battlegrounds will continue to have the faction divide. That's a strange one. I guess for rated PvP, you have to form up your own group. You have to make a group in queue. So when you cross-faction it, there you go. Whereas our random battlegrounds are just Horde vs. Alliance. So many things. I want to know if we can name our dragons. Oh, yeah. There will still be faction-specific end-of-season rewards for the near future, even with cross-faction. The class section of the new talents trees will be interesting in PvP. It might cause the player to choose between defensives or utility. That's what they should do. Honor talents will remain similar to how they are now into Dragonflight. Yeah, they're on the bottom of the talent panel. They'll probably be almost the exact same ones. Rated solo queue could come later on in Dragonflight, but it would likely only allow you to queue by yourself. That's why it's called solo queue, question mark. Yeah, rated solo queue would be probably pretty good for people that like PvP. The team wants to add more battlegrounds and arenas, but nothing to announce at the moment. What the hell? The team wants to add more incentive to do war mode PvP at launch. They don't want to incentivize players grinding flight points in war mode. Well, you had a war mode incentivization in Legion. You had the PvP towers to fight over. Those are relatively successful. I remember doing a bunch of those. You'd fight over the towers as a world quest. Granted, it might just be fighting NPCs, but it does pull you into directions to be PvP flagged in war mode to get more from them, because the 10%, 15%, whatever, it was mostly artifact power at the time. So if they're removing borrowed power systems like that, they definitely have to figure that out. And the Dragonflights are not covenants. They are separate factions that have no player power attached to them. I guess this is like a reputation thing. Separate factions that have no player power. Almost like they learned to not do what they did in the Covenant debacle. It's just that you can't. I mean, it took them over a year to unfix that system, or unfuck it rather, in Shadowlands. Alright, here's the new color for the Evoker class. It's this this greenish teal. It's a little darker in the player frame here. But Hunter is that, like, Hunter foresty green. Monk obviously is that sort of light green. And then you have the dark green now for the Evoker. It's the color that it will be. Okay. So this is a thing from Ian about the Mythic Plus Season 1 itemization and dungeon pool. So itemization is definitely a big piece of how this will all need to fit together in order to work, and the goal would be for each season's dungeon pool to provide deep and varied loot options. So this is the one thing that's people are a little bit concerned about, that they're not exactly liking, I guess, to bring that up, is that there's not going to be you're not going to have a Mythic Plus pool of just the current dungeons. So in some cases, that may mean modifying or supplementing loot from older expansions dungeons. If we were to mix in Mythic Plus versions of Mists of Pandaria dungeons alongside new Dragonflight dungeons, for example, we'd make sure the resulting seasonal pool provides full itemization coverage for all specs. It's likely that we also take a look at trinkets in particular from Mist dungeons, which aren't necessarily created or tuned with cutting-edge performance in mind, since back then dungeon difficulty capped out at heroic and challenge mode only gave cosmetic rewards. If we ended up landing in a situation where a specific item from a prior season's dungeons was beating higher eye-level alternatives from the following season, we'd make tuning adjustments to correct that. You shouldn't need to worry about missable bis being a thing. Yeah, just stuff that you don't care about. But on the other hand, we've heard tons of feedback about how refarming soul-letting Ruby, IQD, etc. every season hasn't exactly felt like a compelling progression experience, so we're excited at the chance to shake things up there. It makes it sound like they're not going to have the same loot or relatively the same loot every season in this pool, because every season your dungeons will not be the same, so the loot will be different, so you won't farm the same thing. So aside from complete itemization refreshes from season to season, our hope is that for the dungeon gameplay itself to feel fresher, and then a new set of puzzles for the community to solve each season. We've seen really mixed, often negative experiences in the past when we add brand new dungeons into an existing pool of dungeons that the community has already mastered, and try to set them up as equivalent in terms of difficulty and rewards. And while the hardcore Mythic Plus community may not experience this issue firsthand, it's hard to overstate how daunting it can be for someone to try and get into Mythic Plus pugs, or try a new role like tanking for the first time deep in an expansion, when the established community is largely focused on routing, micro-optimizations, and time-saving tech, and groups likely assume complete baseline knowledge of all boss mechanics, positioning, target priority, and so forth. We're well aware of the risk that it might be disappointing to not get to experience Mythic Plus versions of all 8 new Dragonflight dungeons during the first season, but our hope is that the mixing the mixing in some dungeons that have never before had Mythic Plus components, example, Shadowpan Monastery, will make a fun new experience there, and that in the long run, the complete rotation will make for a much healthier and more dynamic Mythic Plus experience over the course of the expansion as a whole. So, I think this is kind of cool, looking from the outside, for 2 reasons. 1, the loot thing. But also, 2, I ran, I don't know, in Shadowlands currently. I have to look. We have a spreadsheet that was tracking all this data. I probably have 400 plus Mythic Plus runs in Shadowlands. Somewhere in there. I don't know. That's Destora. He has the spreadsheet. But 300 plus, 400 plus Mythic Plus dungeons, right? Over the course of almost a year. And that's a lot. Because we would run 10 or more a week. To try to get gear once the currency came in, stuff like that. But I know it's different for players in the hardcore Mythic Plus scene that are all about pushing the key higher, min-maxing their route, their position, right? They really enjoy that aspect. And that is very true. And that is, in a way, going away. But for everyone else, now every 6 months or so, you can at least look forward to the Mythic Plus pool of dungeons being shaken up just enough, or completely entirely. This doesn't totally go over how they're going to do it. Because back in Legion, for example, how many hundreds of that stupid boat Mythic Plus dungeon did you run? You know, the first couple hundred times, just getting really good at it. Really fluid, really, you know. But you're running up the boat of the Naglfar for the 400th, 500th time, or whatever. It can be really boring for many players. It's just like the problem with Destiny 2 has with strikes. I've run the arms dealer strike, I don't know how many times over 6-7 years. Because their strike pool, which a strike in Destiny terms is basically a dungeon, hasn't really changed. They've added some, and some have been removed, but there's a lot of ones that have stayed in the game this whole time, and there aren't enough new or varied ones besides just, oh, it's arms dealer again, right? And if the Mythic Plus pool for this Dragonflight seasonal stuff, they can obviously change it after the first season. But if you're looking at maybe 4 seasons and expansion, right? Roughly 6 months each. Then having a few new dungeons and then a bunch of a smattering of old ones also gives you each season something new to look forward to. Because you've run like the Mythic Flat version of all the new Dragonflight dungeons. So you want to see how it's going to be in Mythic Plus. So it makes it new. And it brings back old favorites that you've run a lot of times. Like you could definitely maybe run the Naglfar again, but you haven't run it in a couple of years. So maybe it'll be refreshing again. And it also makes the loot pool, if they really have the cojones to do this, means you're not refarming, as in Ian's example here, you're not refarming the same exact fucking trinket at 15 higher eye levels. That's stupid. MMOs trick you, like many other video games, into doing the same thing over and over again for in-game rewards. Sometimes the exact same rewards, just more of them. And that's a thing. That's just video games in general. That's the loop, the flow state. But if you are doing run after run of Plaguefall, trying to get that stupid sword, every season, after the second or maybe even third time, depending on how much of a masochist you are, it's really damn boring to farm the same exact loot at a higher eye level that you've already earned before. There's no way to upgrade it. You can't raise your Mythic Plus achievement score and just upgrade it, for example. I've already earned this item, but now I have to go re-get it as a 4% drop rate that took me 100 runs last season to get it again because the best damn offhand. It's not fun. So if each season, all of that loot that was available in the previous one is now just not there anymore, and it's new and different trinkets and different weapons, there might still be things to refarm, but at least it's not mathematically the exact same damn thing. So I do wonder if that will be a thing. And if it will be good or not. Because that one could be really bad, or it could be really good. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, this is Hazel's interview. Very cool. So Hazel Nutty interviewed Ian. So let's go over all these notes here from her big interview. Yeah, Lake of Shadows farm, anyone? All I remember from Mythic Plus and Shadowlands was falling asleep while running them. I literally doze off and come back a few seconds later running into walls. Well, that's maybe something different. So borrowed power. The team reflected on the borrowed power systems from the past expansions and admit that giving players power and then taking it away at the end doesn't feel good. We told you that. We told you that in Legion. Like, the first change in the system was that we lost our legendaries and everyone was like, this sucks. So what'd you do? You did it again. And then we told you that in Battle for Azeroth, we said, this sucks. What'd you do? You did it again in Shadowlands with all the Covenant stuff, which will go away when we move on to Dragonflight. Now, granted, you can still put back on your Battle for Azeroth necklace and have all your Pog powers and time walking, and that's kind of fun because you just do some dumb stuff in downscaled time walking content. That's fine and all. And you can still use your crazy meme beam. It's still there, but it's not in the game anymore in a tangible end game sense. But man, it's almost like we told you this for 4 years and you still did it a third time. So 3 strikes and you're out, I guess, for this system. I know it's tough to probably be a game developer and try to make things interesting and fun and keep them fresh, considering this game is now going on 17 plus years old. But clearly, borrowed power got a thumbs down over and over and over again. And if you're going to put a system like artifacts in, that system should have been integral and stayed going forward. And if you want to do a revamp to legendaries, or not legendaries, sorry, but to like talents, we should still be using our artifacts. And in some ways, that would actually solve a lot of problems, because going back to weapon drops for some specs and classes in particular is a pain in the ass and a nightmare all over again. Having to, again, refarm weapons, or do I use a 2-hander or 2 1-handers, or do I want a crossbow, a bow, or a gun? Like, farming weapons again. Ugh. I don't want to farm weapons again, but whatever. As I thought of a way to move forward without borrowed power systems, they realized the only talent system used to fill gaps by giving you something new every expansion that would not be taken away at the end. That's true. The goal of the new talent system is to grow on it in further expansion with more layers and rows. They want the new talent system to be sustainable for at least a few expansions, and want to do at that point. Oh, what to do at that point is an issue to solve then. Okay. Because yeah, if you would have kept expanding the talent trees from Burning Crusade to Wrath to Cataclysm before the mop changed, it would have been an absolute fucking night. It would be like a PoE talent board, or a node board, or whatever the hell PoE has, right? And that's a lot. That's almost too much. So reputation and renown. Reputation hasn't changed or evolved much since vanilla. Nope. The path to Exalted and rewards were not well structured or visible. Aspects of renown solve some of these issues, and the team wants to adapt this to endgame structures in Dragonflight. Building renown will open up perks with reputations, and it will not necessarily be through structured weekly quests, but more open-ended objectives. Reputation renown will not unlock more player power except for some gear rewards. It will instead provide cosmetic rewards and perks. Yeah, so this is a Dragonflight rework, but I wonder if they'll backtrack this at all. Probably not, but sort of a smushing of how the renown system works with how reputation systems have worked. Yeah, grinding a blue bar, whatever. So crafting. The team doesn't necessarily want gold to be the cost of entry for building a profession like it was in Shadowlands. Specializations will be the main way of finding a niche in a profession to separate yourself from the rest. Not only can you specialize in a certain skill for a profession, such as armor smithing, but specific crafts as well. That's very Final Fantasy-ish, because you can have specializations that unlock other patterns. Hardcore crafters will eventually be able to make everything, but it will take time, and players who do not want to engage with the system will still be able to utilize professions, but the goal isn't to force players to interact with the system. Players who do not want to engage with the system of crafting will still be able to utilize professions. Oh, I read that already. And to keep crafting gear relevant, the team wants there to be options equivalent to mythic rating level, but players will never just be able to go to an auction house and buy sets of gear at max item level. It will involve BOP crafting items or recipes that are obtained from higher level content. Okay. Players will be able to use their own BOP crafting items to get gear crafted by other players by utilizing work orders. Okay. That's kind of how it works in 14. You just need lots of items normally to craft crafted gear. And every tier it is an upgrade to start off with. It gets replaced by raid gear, but it's a stepping stone. Legendaries, as they have existed in Legion and Shadowlands, are not going to be in Dragonflight. These types of legendaries are a way to fill the gap left by the removal of talent trees and tier sets. It's not to say that they will never see legendaries again. Thematic items that drop, such as Sylvanas' bow, will still be added where it makes sense. Okay. Drakthir and flying. Drakthir will be able to perform the basics of dragon riding in their dragon form from the start. The unlocked abilities earned over time will also have to use their dragon companion, but while in their visage form. So a dragon riding a dragon. Got it. Drakthir can glide and get a little bit of a lift in a manner like demon hunters, but cannot fly outside of the dragon isles in their form. Okay. So not gliding around like demon hunters, but they'll be able to maybe double jump? That sounds like double jump to me. Like a double jump and slow fall, maybe? Mounts. Dragon riding is not replacing mounts in Dragon Isles. There will still be plenty of new ones to collect. And reskinned, remodeled, same ones, especially ones that go up on the storefront. A feature of dragon riding that Ian brought up is learning to instantly port back to a quest hub after completing a quest, much like the whistles from Legion and BFA. Okay. That's good. And the team is implementing methods to address anyone who is prone to motion sickness in the dragon riding system. Fair enough. Player housing note. The team also wants player housing, but it is a big undertaking to get it right. If it was to be implemented, it would have to span multiple expansions and take a lot of time. Housing will not be coming in Dragonflight. Archaeology needs a fresh coat of paint, but it will not be getting anything new at the launch of Dragonflight. At the launch, the focus on profession updates is on the main professions currently, and the previous iteration of archaeology will not be returning. Like the Legion archaeology, I guess. Pet battles. The team wants to incorporate something different for PvP pet battles, such as setting up a pet blockade and testing it against an opponent. Changes will not be made at launch to the current pet battle system, however. Oh yeah, clarification on what mid-range means, because the Evoker DPS spec is classified as mid-range. So 25 to 30 yards, but we'll also have plenty of normal ranged attacks. Okay. I mean, I didn't know if it needed clarification. And the seasonal Mythic Plus dungeons. Ian wants to release some of the talent trees to the community before Alpha. And Dragonflight will launch with 8 new dungeons, but only 4 available for Mythic Plus at launch. 4 dungeons from previous expansions will also be available for Mythic Plus in Season 1. And The goal is to have 4 Dragonflight dungeons and 4 dungeons from previous expansions available for Mythic Plus every season so that players don't farm the same gear every season. That's what I was just talking about from the previous blue post. Shadowlands dungeons will not be included in the rotation at the start because they are too recent. Yeah, this could be really nice. So you're not refarming the same crap every tier. It could be nice. Encrypted build that went up the other day. There's still some more on the last page here. Let's see. There's plenty. Yeah, goodness. Oh my. So several fan sites have more. So Warcraft Radio with Steve Denuser. The Stone Watcher seen in the Dragonflight cinematic is named Watcher Koronos. Watcher Koronos will be present in the Dragon Isles. We will see him while questing and get to know him better. One of the biggest themes we will see in Dragonflight is legacy. Dragons outside of the main 5 flights will definitely be part of the expansion. There will be a lot of localized threats like gnolls, but also bigger ones like the Jaredin. That's the big trolls, big ice troll guys, or half giant ogre things. There are a lot of gaps in the chronicle narrative about the Dragonflights, and throughout the story we will discover that many proto-dragons did not feel being infused by the Titans was a good idea. There are 4 dragon leaders in the Primalist movement that are on par with the aspects, each embodying the elemental forces that they embraced. This movement was of those that rejected the Titans' gift and wanted to remain unfettered. These philosophical differences led to war. The dragon aspects defeated and imprisoned these primal incarnates long ago, but they are in danger of being released now that the land is waking up. So that could be like the first raid tier and or dungeons of stuff, sure. The dragons will have to reflect on what it means to be tethered to the cosmic forces and the Titans' order magic. Should they renew these bonds or find a different way to move forward? The fact that Nosdormu knows that he will transform into Morazond at some point weighs heavily on his mind, and he's having trouble clearly seeing that the time ways right now. It's still weird though, because he has to be corrupted by old gods, and haven't we defeated all the old gods? So who's gonna corrupt him if all the old gods are dead and or dormant now? Whatever. The Blue Dragonflight is scattered, and Kalagos' story will revolve around returning to the Isles to find not many of them there. How will he rebuild his flight? Well, they did go crazy. The the Green Dragonflight story will follow Mirithra as she tries to take up the mantle of Ysera. Mirithra is, or Mirithra, that's Ysera's daughter, if I recall correctly. The Black Dragonflight story will revolve around Wrathion and how his questionable choices and birth will affect the future of his flight. Or with the flight. How many Black Dragons are there? Like 3? We'll also see the relationship between Wrathion and Ebonhorn grow as they learn from each other. Because there's Wrathion, Ebonhorn, and that one at the Netherwing post or whatever in Burning Crusade. So where are the other Black Dragons? Like none. The Dragonscale Expedition is the name of the combined forces from the Explorers League and the Reliquary. Patch 925 will start to show some changes that have been going on Azeroth while we were away. Some of it will be available on the PTR, but some hasn't happened yet, and the pre-patch events will help tell the story of what's going on back on Azeroth and how the 2 factions have been faring with new leadership. Uldaman is getting a modern revamp that has the right amount of nostalgia while setting some new light to it, or on it, rather. Okay. Uldaman. So, I mean, we're going to have, Titan stuff in Dragonflight for sure. That's just like a tease. There will be new sections of Uldaman to explore as Alex Straza sends us to find discs that contain knowledge of Keeper Tier. Yeah. So, Uldaman, Uldum, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Those could be involved in different ways. Yeah, 3 to 4 Black Dragons are alive. What's up, Bronze? Yeah, it's said there's Ebonhorn and Wrathion, and that one Black Dragon from the Netherwing hold, and then who else? So Buffed interviewed Ian. There was a great war between the dragon factions around the time of Galakron's fall. The aspects we know were the victors of the war, but with the loss of their power during Cataclysm and the reawakening of these primalist forces, they are less positioned to fight them off this time. This is why they need our help. There will be major villains in Dragonflight, but it will feel like Mr. Pandaria, where it's unclear who they are at first. Khadgar will be joining us in the Dragon Isles. I'm going to go back through these and write more notes later, because I realize it's quitting time here and I want to get through more of this stuff before dinner. Anduin's future in the story will have some questions answered during patch 9.25. He has been forever changed since his experience with domination, and will likely be stepping down as King of Stormwind for the time being. And that's already been, yep. The factions will retain an uneasy armistice moving forward, with groups that want peace and others who won't so forget the past. They will still retain separate control of their lands, and you won't see orcs running around Stormwind anytime soon. There's going to be significant endgame areas across all 4 zones. Okay. The zones are much larger than the zones of Shadowlands. They're just making things bigger for space. Zones with a lot more depth and open space. Yeah, okay. That's another Final Fantasy thing. Kind of. I mean, it's just an MMO thing. It's SWTOR, or you know, galaxies, really. In galaxies, it would take you, like, literal, just in-game time to real-life time to just travel somewhere. Not just a few minutes, but, like, traveling to your hydro farms on Tatooine could take you 20, 30 minutes. Normal mounts will be usable on the ground, but not for flying at the start. Sargeras' sword in Silithus is just a big splinter at this point. The story will be focused on the Dragon Isles, but the old zones won't have any significantly new stuff in Dragonflight. Okay. The Evoker brings a new style to range DPS in the same way Demon Hunter brought it to melee. The team is playing with ways to make the Drakthir's Visage form usable in combat as well as outside of using dragon abilities. You will get 1 talent point per level, alternating between a class point and a spec point. Okay, well, there's the clarification. So 70 levels. So 35 class, 35 spec points, I guess. If it's 1 per level. Many of the Covenant abilities will be reintroduced in the talent trees. Yep, Covenant abilities. I've heard that Legion legendaries and stuff will also potentially be talents as well. Shadowlands will be added to the 10 to 60 chromie time leveling after the expansion ends. The old UI texture options will not be available to toggle with the new UI. What would you want? Ew. Crafting tables will be required for making important items. So being where you need to craft stuff. Yep. The team would like to allow cross-server trading. A lot more work required to make sure it has no exploits or problems. And no news on whether or not BlizzCon will return. Alright, this is Blizz Planet with Jackie, Wiley, and Tina Wang. Or Wong. Could be both. There's no Dragonfly Covenants in this expansion, meaning there are no quests locked behind different Covenant systems or anything like that. And the team is still talking about what to do with alts for leveling. And they want players to choose how to level them instead of having something as specific as Threads of Fate. This includes dungeons and side quests throughout the zones outside of main campaign. Dragonflight does not take place that long after Shadowlands. There is no cozy time jump or wake up moment. Or crazy time jump. Drakthir don't have progression to their personal form of flying in their dragonoid form. But they will be able to jump off and dive. As of now, Drakthir are always in dragon form in combat. There are a lot more customizations for the Drakthir form than what was shown in the video. Players can expect the ability to make the torso more slender or slightly bulkier. The armor can be customized in the barbershop. Drakthir forms will show your shoulders, tabards, and belts. The Visage form will show all of your armor. You can customize your face shape, snout, etc. And they will be the Drakthir Evokers will be playable in the pre-patch. There are 4 different Dragon Companion body types. Proto-Drake, Velocidrake, Wyvern Drake, and Drake. The Drake. Rathion, Sibylian, Ebonhorn, and maybe Sironar, the guardian of the Obsidian Dragon Shrine and Dragonblight. Oh, okay. Sibylian, or yeah, Sibylian. That's the one from the Nether Drake place, right? I think so. So okay. More customizations and stuff confirmed. The Velocidrake form has some wildly different snout customizations, including rhino beaks and pterodactyl looking. Drake customizations will drop from many different sources. There is an overwhelming amount of different unlockable options. Drake customizations are completely cosmetic and don't affect dragon riding in any way. Work orders, this is about professions, will let players who don't have the profession include BOP crafting items for the crafter to use. Specializations will have trees to work through overtime. They do have to be careful with how work orders are interacted on with other characters, because I would assume no components exchange hands, but the crafter just gets the ability to say they have them even though they don't own them, so that they can't just steal materials from players. That would be awful. Specializations will have trees to work through overtime. Work through over time. That's just like working on your profession stuff. Tree points include options to increase crafting speed. Inspiration, which is chances of making additional dupes of the same item. Crit crafting, better quality. New players will start in Exile's Reach, then use Battle for Azeroth zones as their 10 to 60 experience before going directly into the Dragon Isles. The team is still discussing how to address Soul Shape for the future. Soul Shape, is that the Night Fae form thing and all the unlocks? Just make it a button you can use. I guess you don't want to have that and still be able to use the blink and stuff. Oh, Blade's Edge. Sorry, yeah. I was just talking about that earlier. I've been reading notes now for a while, Bronze, but Nosdormu was mentioned in some of the interviews. I guess if they give you quote-unquote items to use, it would have to be non-tradable special version of it, or like a quest item thing. Yeah, like it unlocks the ability to craft said item, but you don't actually physically have or digitally have anything in your bags, right? If you accept the work order, because obviously if you can use your BOP items, you can't make it so that the other player could just take your shit, right? Because that would obviously suck. Drag riding is currently only available in the Dragon Isles. Valdraken will have an iconic area, much like the top of Wormrest Temple, where the dragon leaders will all be in their dragon forms. And Valdraken is the highest point on the Dragon Isles. It'll be really fun to jump off of and soar to different areas on your dragon. There will be new docks for each faction capital city for the expedition, right? They haven't forgotten about heritage armor, and now that we're returning to Azeroth, there is room to tell these stories. So more heritage armor in the future, I guess. The teams view archaeology as a content offering now over a profession. Yeah. The team is discussing new race and class combos. Yeah. And no confirmation on duck mounts. Oh, good question. So MMORPG interview with Tina Wong and Jackie Wiley again. They hope to lift the Drakir, the Drakthir race class restrictions in the future, but it's just a hope at this point. I don't see why people... I don't want to see like a Drakthir rogue. Just... It's whatever, honestly, at the end of the day. But if they want to make this cool... It's just kind of like how demon hunters are only night elves and blood elves. Now, that could go to other elves, but it's always been elves. Elves are demon hunters, period. In the lore, it just has always been a thing. You can make yourself look like whatever the hell you want with so many different customizational tools, but there's always this huge thing. Everyone wants everything to be able to play as everything, and it doesn't work with World of Warcraft. Now, the previous point of discussing new race class combos, for all the core races, why not? But clearly the Drakthir are made to be evokers, so that's it. Every player's Drake will likely never look the same because the customizations are so vast. The UI for dragon customizations is essentially a dragon barbershop. Yeah. The team doesn't want to repeat the same issues that arose from Threads of Fate. They want players to choose what they want to do to level. Okay, that's another bounce point from earlier. Judge Hype interview with Ian. Pre-patch events will likely last 2 weeks. The Oldemon revamp will be available during the pre-patch at level 60. The Dragon Isles are located in northeastern Azeroth, so more things that are not by the Eastern Kingdoms, apparently. The Dragon Isles are one of the biggest continents Blizzard has ever made. Okay. Tyrande will also play a role in the story. Okay. We'll learn more about Galakron, because he'll be a raid boss. That's me saying that, but yeah. Nothing confirmed yet, but makes sense. A few small changes will take place in Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms. These involve the presence of certain NPCs and the evolution of the Forsaken. Yep. The ideal length for the race to world first is around 10 to 11 days. The balancing for the top guilds is a real challenge. There are no Azerite or artifact power systems in Dragonflight, but a progression system will obviously be a part of it. Yeah, so there might still be something. But the talent system, so off to see. There will be no dragon forms for druids. And Blizzard will continue to control the time frame for certain unlocks. They like to have some things unlocked for all players at the same time. It's just time gating. It's been a thing for a while. It's fine. Sometimes it's fine. It's whatever. The story of Dragonflight. This is the PC Games news interview, I believe. Story of Dragonflight will be more traditional and less high concept like Shadowlands. The team is trying to return to more grounded adventures with core high fantasy concepts. There will still be cosmic adventures in the future with great threats. Dragonflight's story will not require you to have played Shadowlands to understand it. Okay, this is the big Invitational Season 3, Diablo Immortal. It's actually coming to PC as well, if you didn't hear about Diablo Immortal. And there's some PvP tuning and Sepulchre nerfs, I guess. Yeah, it looks like Sepulchre raid nerfs. Sure. Very good, we did it. I will go back through and reread some of those things to make myself some more notes, because I do want to sort of make a very more concise wrap up, you know, stuff that I found interesting or important kind of video. Yeah. But now it is dinner time and raid time. Yeah. Who's the big bad that the jailer was protecting us from? Well, that's what we'll find that out in the future. Right? Big cosmic void lord threat. Oh no. The bigger bad. I don't know why they just can't have a bad guy that wants to like blow up the world. In some ways, Marvel's got it right. Skybeam, end existence. Just, you know, sometimes we might need that. Now, granted, that's like almost every Marvel villain so far, but whatever. Now, we've read a lot of stuff here, but haven't seen Bronze in a while. Bronze, could you please, just for safety, could you list me at least 2 options for page numbers in this book we've been reading for a while? There are 204 pages in this book. Many have been chosen, but if you would like to choose 2 different subsets of a single, double, or triple digit page number to read a excerpt from Strange History before I head off to go eat. Your favorite numbers are 16 and 4. Well, let's see. Okay. Well, 16 has not been taken. It's a interesting title, of course. And most of these are Strange History. All right. So, page 16. The first political sex scandal. And it has an extra footer. All right. Well, the first documented sex scandal in 1400 BC. I don't know how to pronounce this. I think it's Kush-Shi-Habre was the mayor of Nuzi near modern day, is it Kirkuk? North of Baghdad. I don't know if it's Kirkuk or Kirkuk. I'm not sure. According to the clay tablets unearthed in Iraq in the late 1920s, he went on trial for a variety of crimes, including theft, taking bribes, and kidnapping. The juiciest accusation, he committed adultery with a woman named Humerli? Humerli. A charge he vehemently denied. No, empathetically, no. Not a word of it is true. I did not have sex with her, the clay tablets quote him as saying. Verdict unknown. Tablets describing the outcome haven't been found. And an extra little 3 facts that Aristotle got wrong. Bees come from rotting bull carcasses. Flies have 4 legs. And the heart does all the thinking. What? Hello? Well, save page 4 for later. That's a double whammy. We can read that later, Bronze. But there you go. The first political sex scandal. That's been Strange History. Yep. Alrighty, I'm going to have some dinner. Appreciate you guys stopping by today. If you enjoyed the stream and the reading through all the WoW stuff, as well as the bits and bobs from Final Fantasy, hit that like button. Don't forget, that helps me out here on the channel. There's also another button called the join button. That is the membership button here on YouTube. That's essentially the sub button from Twitch. It allows you to support what I do here in a more monetarily supportive fashion, if you would like. But just being here and hanging out, and the like button is enough for me. Thank you very much for being here. Next stream, of course, will be Friday. I've got videos in the pipeline coming out. I've got Gorex, community, wholesome reaction, thoughts, and a little bit of mine coming up. Got the rest of the 6.1 stuff. I've got the Extreme Trial and then our Unreal Trial debacle stuff that I'm working on. More funny, short edits. But that's that for me. Y'all have a great night. Have a great morning. Whoever comes first, and I will see you on places on the internet.